And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You all do it by yourself. Tom gets the words right.
The door opened and Tom, like just like somebody's going to shoot. Okay. Yeah. Fayette County Commission will now convene as a board of equalization and review. Eddie, do we have anybody?
Yes, sir, we do not.
Okay. Since no one appeared to protest and no hearings were scheduled, I ask that the Board of Equalization and Review hearing be adjourned and reconvene at 9:15 for the state mineral and industrial hearings. It's now 9:15.
No, not yet. That's later. We'll leave that later when we come up. Yeah, at 9:15, we'll do it again.
Well, you changed the rules halfway through on me, Amy. You should say, hey, John, this is number one, this is number two.
Before we move on, do we have to have any more Board of Equalization reviews? We said look into that.
One more.
We do
Yeah,
have
because
one.
it's already published, but next year.
Okay.
Yeah, we have one more and then I get to do the Sunny Dawn, we're done. Okay. Well, it's not 9:15 yet. Eddie, you have any exonerations?
I have one.
Okay.
Real estate.
I approve Eddie's exonerations. I make a motion to approve. Sorry. I make a motion to approve Eddie's exonerations. Oh, yes, ma'am.
It's Monday.
I'm sorry, yes,
I
ma'am.
know, I'm having one of those days too. You just remember, this is like afternoon for him. He gets up at 2 in the morning. I second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those approve? Aye. Okay, it's done. There you are, sir.
All righty.
I hope that we're not like Randolph County. I heard through my friend up there that,
They lost $900 and some thousand worth of value.
yeah, almost $1 million.
I got a call from Russ Rollison at the auditor's office, and he said, he called me the other day, and he said, we are mailing those out today. But I wanted to make you aware that Oak Hill is down 12 million. And I said, why would Oak Hill be down 12 million? He said, it's something to do with West Virginia American Water. He said, last year you got 6%, and this year you're getting 2.5%. So I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, I don't know what the final number is. The estimate that I gave Ruth is based upon some information that the state put out a while back that said that the Board of Public Works statewide would be down 1% this year. That's the best information I got. So I took 99% of what we had last year and put it on that form. I don't think 12 million would be 1%. It might be, but
Be close.
we'll know Friday. We're gonna put the numbers together Friday. If everything goes good, I'll have them in Ruth's hands on Friday afternoon. But
Okay.
if we have any issues, then it should, we'll have to do it Monday.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom?
What, we're talking about vouchers and invoices?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, we don't have any? Hey, I like this agenda.
It was in the packet here.
We also don't have minutes.
No meeting minutes? Hey, I like this one. Okay, let's go into Ruth's exhibits.
Okay, so the first one is a request from URA Chairman Jeff Proctor to reappoint Will Thornton for a 5-year term expiring March 1st, 2026, and appoint Holly Fussell, whatever, to fill an unexpired term expiring March 1st, 2025. Steve Eades would also like to be considered for a seat.
I got a question. That's part of Are they 5-year terms or is I thought it was a lower term than that. Is it 5-year term?
It's 5-year for that group.
I think each one has a sign, it's separate, so there's no speaker.
Now, I thought they still had another opening on that board. Can we contact,
They're on the call.
Huh?
Jeff is on the call.
hey, Jeff, Mr. Proctor,
Yes, sir.
how many openings, not counting Will or Holly, do you have on your board?
The URA wrote a letter a year ago requesting that Kim Maxwell be put on the board and that Mike Smith's term be extended for another 5-year period. You all finally made a motion to approve Kim, but have never acted on Mike's request to extend his position. So that's one. Then you've got Will's term ends March 1st. And so Kim and Mike's positions and Will's positions. So.
Okay, but I was under the impression that Kim had another job and she stepped away from the URA.
Correct. Tom took your position. Kim's position's open. Mike's, we asked to renew his for another 5 years a year ago, and the commission has not acted on that. And now Will's ends March 1st. So those would be, come March 1st, that would be a third. So there's two, Kim's and Mike's position, and Kim's gone. She resigned last December. So that's an opening, and we have Mike's to reappoint and Will's to reappoint as of March 1st.
Okay, and what about Holly?
Well, we're asking that Holly be added to the board to replace Kim.
Okay,
And Steve Eades, he wrote a letter to you all. I never saw the letter, but I have spoken with Steve, and he is interested also. So there's, that's kind of where we're at with this.
Where's Holly from? Jeff?
Holly lives in on the north side. She bought a house over at Wild Rock. She has owned a house at Tank Hill. She and her husband have owned a house at Tank Hill for 10 years. But they have lived in DC and moved to Fayette County permanently last year.
Well, I would be honest with you. I don't mind.
And both Steve and I've spoken to both Steve and Holly. They're both very interested in being on the board. And I think they're both great candidates. So we have now, one opening, Kim's, and 2 candidates.
I in the discussion, just having a discussion, I'd like to see Steve Eades have the position instead of Holly. I don't know how the other 2 commissioners feel about it. I don't know what we would have to do that. And I think Mike Smith, I like Mike. His last name's Smith, right? Mike Smith?
yeah.
Yeah, I like Mike. He's level-headed. And I don't mind Will Thornton, but I'd like to see Steve Eades on there instead of Holly.
Well, both Mike and Will are real assets. Mike has been on for a long time. Will is an engineer, and having an engineer on this group is a real asset. So I hope that we could reappoint those guys.
Of the other commissioners, Bill.
I agree with you about Steve Eades. I mean, I've heard good things about Holly Fussell, but you make a good point. You know, she, while she's had some ties here, she's just moved here, and I think Steve Eades, being a native and who has lived here a long time, and he has some good experience to bring to the table, and since the board is open to him as well, I think he would be a good choice. I think he's really in tune with what's going on over in across the river. He's regularly calls and lets me know rumors he's heard about businesses that want to come in, or things that gives me ideas about things he thinks would really help over there. So my choice, you know, given that Mr. Proctor would rather have Mr. Thornton on the board, is Steve Eades. I also want to ask, if can we, without having put it on the agenda, can we reappoint Mike Smith today, or do we need to list that for later?
It needs to be listed. Jeff, I wasn't aware about Mike, but we'll put that on our first meeting in March, because our agenda's already been listed for Thursday.
All right, great.
So we'll put Mike on for the first agenda in March.
And I'll make a motion to approve Will Thornton. And,
Okay, wait there a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We need to, since we're, Will is continuing, we need to do that one separate. Now, if all these were continuing, we could do them all at the same time. Okay,
We can't reappoint Will Thornton.
yeah, we can do Will
We
right
just
now.
have to do it
You're gonna
separately.
do two separate
We're gonna do two separate motions.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion for Will Thornton.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for Will Thornton to continue a 5-year term, expiration on March the 1st, 2026. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passes.
You didn't say aye.
Yeah, you can't hear me.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Now, make your second motion.
I make a motion to approve Steve Eades on the URA board. Okay. Oh, so they'll have to vote on him to come back up here?
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion to table. Thank you.
And I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Jeff,
John, I couldn't hear the motion that Tom made. What was the motion?
Tom tabled the rest until your board, or no, he tabled Holly, and then your board would have to discuss Steve Eades for a seat to be approved.
All right.
So we'll have to put that on the one for March, the first meeting in March also,
Anthony, I got a question for you, Anthony.
which will be March the 5th.
Okay, sorry. Okay, let's say that URA comes back and they say they don't want Steve Eades, they want Holly. The commission still has the commission still has the final say on who is put on that board. Is that correct?
I'd have to see the bylaws.
It sounded to me like Mr. Proctor is open to either one. He
Yeah,
just
I
hasn't put it to the board
I
yet.
thought he said that he's only one, yeah, one.
Jeff, were you the only one to talk to Mr. Eades?
I think I've been the only one who has spoken with Mr. Eades. I would imagine that the board will not have any problem with Steve or Holly as members.
Okay, all right,
All right, thank you.
okay,
Ready?
turn it back on. All right, it is now 9:15. The Fayette County Commission will reconvene as a Board of Equalization and Review and the state mineral and industrial hearings. Since no one has appeared to protest and no hearings were scheduled, I ask that the Board of Equalization Review hearing be adjourned and reconvene at 9 a.m. Thursday, February the 25th, 2021, which will be our last day. Okay. Now, I don't get screwed up. I'm throwing that one away. All right. It's easy to do. You got too much stuff on it. All right. Do we have a page for Will to sign?
Amy is going to, she didn't print them. She's waiting to see what the decision was.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Now, our okay.
Our next time's at 9:30.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Let's go ahead.
All right, so next is a request from John David of Sal's for a support letter for their involvement in Appalachian construction development, which will provide worker development, job training, reemployment opportunities under the Partnership for Opportunity and Workforce and Economic Revitalization Initiative for approval and signature of the commission.
Okay. Do you have a letter,
I do. Would you like me to read it?
please?
The members of the Fayette County Commission wish to express our support for the Southern Appalachian Labor Schools proposal for a new program, Appalachian Construction Development, which will provide worker development, job training, and reemployment opportunities under a Partnership for Opportunity and Workforce and Economic Revitalization Initiative. The Youth Build AmeriCorps partnership has proven a success story in Fayette County, dealing with young adults who assist with affordable housing and contribute both leadership and serving our community. Appalachian Construction Development promises to provide similar opportunities for adults over the age of 24 who are also in need of career pathways due to being displaced by the slowing coal economy. Your consideration is appreciated.
Okay.
Just,
Need a motion?
Wait, who is that addressed to? Because where it said,
it just says to whom it may concern.
in there it said new program. Does that mean they're creating something new that we will be funding, or is this, I thought we were doing support for a grant?
It's a grant application
Yeah,
support
it
letter.
doesn't say, it doesn't,
I think that, and here's where we go with this. He sent the letter and said, can I get the same letter? So we changed it, because that's what he requested. And the very first time he sent it, it said no. I think it's an ongoing program, but he's not updated the letter.
so in all reality, that letter is not even accurate.
That's
So,
what he's requested.
I think we can get the letter updated and then I'll be happy.
I did send this out.
Oh, yes, I saw it. I didn't key in on that until she read it.
So I can go in and take this.
Well, we just want to know if it's new, yeah. And
Well,
then, is there any
it's-
money? We don't give them money for it?
No. Yeah, we give them
Okay.
nothing on the
So I
support.
moved to table that letter until we can get the corrections made.
That's second.
Okay,
Do you want that back in the same meeting? I mean, I can go in and
Yeah.
make a correction right now.
that's fine. You can do that during our break.
Yeah, we'll try to check into it. So I'll withdraw that motion for the time being.
All right.
See what we can do.
So the next is approval of the job description and permission to post for county clerk for the county commission office. Did you all get that? I emailed it over the weekend.
Yes,
think
I
Amy
did.
copied it.
I reviewed it. I thought it looked really good.
Yes, it was good.
And in my mind, job description should be ongoing,
Yes.
changing.
What
so
is the salary range you anticipate for that?
I want to talk to you guys about that because I think it's going to depend on their qualifications, really.
Mhm.
Okay,
So,
okay. In that case, then I move that we approve the job description for county clerk and post it immediately.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. So the last thing is a budget revision. It's actually budget revision 2. The last one said 3. So you just have to re-sign it so I can resend it.
Okay, so no.
So this is just a new signature. Do you have it with you?
I do.
Okay. All right, so that concludes your part. So we have 10 minutes until we have our county clerk deliver her budget.
Did you all get your stuff about that budget workshop?
Yes,
Okay. You should have got it in your email.
came in Friday.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Hey, that was a cool photo you put online, Anthony.
What?
Your photo that you put on over the weekend, over top of the pond, and then that was really cool. Poor old Austin cracked me up over the weekend. He said, you know, he said, I'm learning the true meaning of a lot of things. I said, like what? Like what tired eyes are? He said, I come home with a stack of this stuff, or I'm reading it on my laptop, and my laptop's making my eyes go cross. And I said, are you making decisions for yourself? Well, I said, they're playing bullies with you is what they're doing. Gotta learn to.
Yeah, there was this book when I was, I took a political persuasive speaking class in my undergrad in Nebraska. And Nebraska only has it has a unicameral, it doesn't have bicameral government like every other state. And the professor was one of the former unicameral delegates or whatever they call it. And he had us read this book called House Rules that was written by a freshman congressman, U.S. congressman. And it basically talked about how naive, he was, and he went in thinking he was going to be able to do all these good things, and realized that he had to compromise on just about everything to get anything done. So I'm going to have to get him that book. It's pretty.
It's like there's 38 freshmen though this year, and they're just being influenced big time. Hey, turn that around, Tom, so that we can have the presenters come to that, so that they can be on the screen. Get it up here tight if they can. They're not there. Get it up here tight in the corner. That's why I always use that one.
To you? Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, but look, turn it so that their face is on the screen. See, look at where you're looking at.
That's why I wanted that. With them, moved right there.
Yeah, so turn it right here on this corner.
Actually, it's gotta be like this. What are you talking about? You want them on the screen or not?
Well, turn the corner, put the corner right here. Now turn this one around that way a little bit. No, the other way.
Oh my God.
Okay, stop.
Oh, but he did.
You sure you're still not sleeping?
I'm just so confused because oh,
Yeah, that's funny.
They weren't trying to get me to do it. I would put my friend.
That was fun.
sometimes you want something done, you gotta do it yourself, John.
That was a good one, though. Definitely a good one. Okay.
just people, we haven't gotten any from them. People say that doesn't enter in the volume.
I can put more up underneath it. Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, they still can do.
They had extra ones that were going to call.
And they should be this week. But I would double check them.
You know, I entirely have too much stuff up here.
Me too.
Commissioner Fayette on the thing. Good, glad to hear it.
I'm reading, I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mike, how you doing, brother?
What's up, Mike? I saw your people out early this morning in my neck of the woods. I wasn't doing nothing. I was driving to work. But when I saw one, I said, I'm gonna see two more, but I didn't. So I was hoping. Way too much stuff. This is the week of change. This is the week of change. I don't know about you ladies, but I'm going to be happy when there's no more Monday meetings.
Oh, it's putting in more.
Yes, Monday meetings are the pits.
I don't like Friday meetings either.
I enjoy Friday meetings so much more because you have all the stuff that came in and it's taken care of, and you start off Monday fresh. Isn't that right? So next year, when that February calendar comes out, it's going to get examined really close.
I think you're gonna meet every 3 days in the whole year.
You don't.
I
Tom,
get to make some
Amy,
enemies.
Tom, these are daggers staring at you right now.
Yeah, you just got my granny stink eye. You didn't see it, but it came out.
I was just joking.
Is the elevator still working? Yes,
No,
I fixed it.
it's something that it's our record. Over the weekend, so.
I got stuck in that.
Okay, welcome back to the Fayette County Commission meeting. It's now 9:30. I'll do a sweep again on this one. Michelle Holly, our county clerk, is going to present her budget. Oh, so you can hear, I'll take this off right now. Budget presentations are done in February. We started it this year. Normally we did it in the past in March and had to prepare a budget by the end of March, and it made it very difficult in order to make sure that our budget was complete. I mean, we would come in at 8 or 9 and stay until 4 or 5 sometimes working on budget. By doing it in February, it's given us more time to spend ample time on the budget to make sure that our county can support the required budget, which is the necessary budget in order for us to conduct business with payroll, taking care of utilities, basic stuff that you do with your homes. During the budget presentations, of course, we look at what they're requesting. And just because they request it does not mean that they're actually going to get it. Because we have to make our budget balance, unlike other government entities in our nation. How'd you like that one, Sheriff? Was that pretty good? Okay. We asked that our presenters come up to us so you can see them possibly on there you are. You can turn on. Yeah, there's Michelle. So that you can see them. Plus, you can hear them on the speaker because this is our system. We're still fine tuning, and once we get it set, not only will you be able to see it during the daytime correctly or the morning meeting, but you'll also have an opportunity to go on and stream it off of YouTube. Once we get it down, we're still working on that. So be a little patient with us. This is a new process for us, but we all felt that it was important to have so that everyone can get a glimpse of what's going on during our meetings and have an idea of what's going on in the county. Anything you want to add on that, Tom?
Nope.
Allison?
No.
Okay. All right. So with that said, Michelle Holly, your new county clerk that was just elected. So go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, you all should have received, and I didn't get them to Amy until Friday. I apologize. All of my paperwork, the forms that Ruth had us fill out, but she said I apparently put more information on than most people do. But I like to fill out forms. And my narrative, which kind of goes through everything. I guess, and I'm doing both the county clerk's budget and the elections budget this year, which is apparently new to my position. In the past, that budget has been kind of rolled into the county commission budget as a whole. So I suppose it's easier to ask if you have any questions on anything, or if you need clarifications or first, and then we can, a couple things I just want to point out as part of the meeting. And then Ruth made me do a lot of really hard math.
I'm seeing an increase in your salary and wages.
Yes, but no. There was budgeted for 6 full-time positions in the clerk for fiscal year this 2021. One position was not filled for the entire year.
Okay.
So that is why that there's a difference in how much we've spent as to how much I'm requesting, because I've now filled that position.
Ruth, a reduction in group insurance? If we have an extra person, how are we going to have a reduction?
Well, with that, until Joy has her numbers, I can't verify.
Okay.
That'll be something we'll discuss in my session. Yeah. And like I said, that again, math is weird, and the numbers didn't ever come. I had fiscal year 19 budget and fiscal year 20 budget, and they never. I was confused. We would ask for one, like, yes, so I'm not sure, to be honest on that one.
Okay.
And the group insurance, we honestly expect to be different because people can change it anytime, so that's a moving target.
Okay. An increase in travel of 500?
Yes, sir. I anticipate going to at least one conference, if not two, and I hope to take somebody with me on some of those. And to be quite honest, the former clerk always under budgeted on that line item and then revised it significantly using other line items. I hope not to do that.
Training and education?
I just think it's important that we continue to professionally develop people, myself included, and there's never been a line item for that in the income that I found, but I'm hoping to find some at least virtual things that we can do to kind of upgrade. And there's going to be changes in elections law, and actually they're debating a bill on probate right now that's going to significantly change our probate process.
Okay, dues and subscriptions up 200?
Yeah. We've always budgeted the amount for WAVCO for us, which is $650. I also want to join National Elections Officials Association, They have a nice conference with national information as well as training modules in order to become certified as an elections administrator that I would like to try to take advantage of in the future.
Okay. All right, what's this from Tri-State?
The main office here, the last any type of physical update to that office was 2012 when it was painted. And that counter has bothered me since I started. It's huge, it's bulky, it takes up a big place. Like you can't, it's difficult for ADA compliance to get someone in the room and get them around it. When people of shorter stature come in the door, if we're not paying attention, we don't see them until they're well into the room.
Notice I looked at Amy on that one.
I was not going to say her name, but she is one that you mentioned. And for safety purposes, if someone wanted to get in that room, all they would need to do is crouch, and they could be all the way back into my office or back into the vault before anybody in my office would have noticed. They might have heard the door ding, but if they looked up and didn't see anybody. So I want to purchase 3 reception style desks, which still gives us a distance between people as far as social distancing and as far as that safety concern, but puts people up, just makes it a little more constituent friendly, a little more ADA compliant. We can have people pull up in a wheelchair to the side of the desk a little easier. Makes it easier on the staff running back and forth from that counter. They're up and down quite a bit, trying to move stuff. Marriage licenses, I don't know if you've ever been in there when they do a marriage license, but they have to shout all their personal information across the counter to Anonymous. She types it in, and then she has to relay it back. It's not the most ideal situation.
See, marriage license were done down here.
They are doing them down there as well, although that office is also shifting a little bit to be more concerned with the elections process as a whole. That has gotten way more complicated, which is in this other part, but and even in there, again, with that where it is, like they're right at the door. And so I just feel like it would be a better overall space, better use of the area, and it hasn't been updated in quite a while.
Okay, so you said ADA. ADA counter is supposed to be what height? Okay, you don't know that one. That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
Where do you propose that the ADA personnel off of this photo, or a person in a wheelchair, would go to?
They would be able to go to that far.
This one?
Yeah, the one closest to the window.
Here.
And I got one.
Okay.
They would be able to come around to either side. They could come in beside of Missy's desk, or to the desk closest to the door, or they could come in beside of Tracy's to the one on the far side, or they could pull up in. Actually, that thing's gonna be there. So it would be either of those two sides. Those returns will only be 36 inches high. So those would be.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. And then we have panels. What you need panels for?
For the probate area. That area just needs a little more privacy, just because we're dealing with people who have just lost a loved one, and they are trying to conduct business with that. And there's a lot of financial information that goes back and forth in that talk. And that area just doesn't look professional, quite frankly. We have 2 panels of different heights, the back of one of the safes. And just recently, since I came, we had 3 pieces of plywood brought in to kind of complete the wall. They had it downstairs, and Lisa nicely covered it with Christmas wrapping paper.
Okay.
So I just want to make it look a little better for people coming in, maybe a little more private, make it a little more of an area.
Yeah, then you have the tax rate information for us, which is good.
Yep.
Property transfer tax. Okay. That looks like about everything.
Yep.
Okay, any questions from you, Tom?
No, I'm good.
Allison?
I don't have any questions.
All right, then, anything extra from you?
Other than that, I do have an ask in this elections budget, so coming in asking for stuff. This one is was very nebulous. You'll see if you read my narrative that I'm like, I just kind of looked at the others and tried to make good guesses, which I guess is what a budget is. But we do want to get 2 cabinets for the voter registration cards themselves. The filing cabinets work okay, but what happens is the cards are only 5.5 by 9. And so they slide under themselves, and if they don't get the drawers pushed just right, they get lost and they're difficult to keep neat. Casso and Harris actually has a cabinet that they claim is made exactly for those cards. As far as I could tell, this one that I found on Office Supply is the exact same one, and my election, Sarah agrees. It would take up less space. They would be a little more secure. We'd be able to keep them in order better. Those cabinets with the shipping from Office Supply come to $2,500.
Okay, Ruth, didn't we discuss those cabinets for her and was going to check to see if we could do that on this budget?
I don't think we talked about that, no. You didn't set the filing cabinet. Yeah, not that cabinet.
Okay, why don't you check and see what's on her budget for what remaining for this year? And see if you can work those in. Okay. Because I know those are important to have. Because you and I talked about that when you first got here.
I just think it would just help with those cards, but they're working now, trying to sort me. As you know, the lady that I asked to hire, you guys approved for my temporary position, has been subsequently hired in another office in this building. So Jen Walbrown, who's our second choice, who's working in a temporary position up here, and also worked in this office. She helped last election. They're sorting and trying to figure out alphabetical stuff. And, find cards like this person's last name is hyphenated, which one did it get filed under before, and trying to do all that.
Okay.
So we're working on it.
All right. Ruth, any questions on the budget for her? Okay. All right. Nothing else then, Michelle?
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
I have one question. We were going to talk at some point about your office taking over the minutes and that sort of thing. Are
That's
you on the agenda?
On the
to discuss
Thursday,
that
that's on
further?
Thursday's agenda.
I just wanted to check.
Yep, I'll be back on Thursday. Got me off the way. Into the chair.
See, it wasn't that bad. Now, when you've done it for a while and it's your second time through, then it gets bad.
That's good to know. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, so the next presentator, he's gonna have a little rough time.
I can't imagine you doing that for this year.
I thought we was getting around to it half an hour.
Huh?
I thought we discussed it in 45 minutes or something.
Oh.
You want me to-
No.
You want me to come on up?
Yeah, might as well, because I figure you're gonna be talking longer than 30 minutes anyway.
I'll try not to, Commissioner.
Should we ask questions before or after you?
You can ask whatever you want to.
I'm asking the president. Should we ask questions during or after he's completed?
Well, whichever would be easier for you. I know you make a lot of notes, and if he's on a certain part, you can go ahead and ask him if you want to. Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
I'm wonderful.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right.
Let me find yours here, just one. Okay, yeah, it's a big, thick one.
Yes. Let's hope it's in the order that I've got. So let's see what happens here. Amy and I talked several times about it.
I added in what you told me to add in.
All right.
All right.
All right. The first thing in your package, this is just a breakdown I do every year. This shows you what the starting salary of a deputy sheriff is. It's $36,399 right now. And then their pay increases by time in service or rank or whatever. Like deputy sheriff, after they come off probation, they get a $1,200 pay raise. And then after 5 years, the deputy sheriff first class 15, corporal 1,800, sergeant 21, lieutenant 24, captain 27. And their longevity pay is $240 per year automatically. That's been passed many years ago, and it's also in the state code. What amount county commission years ago went above what the state code calls for. So just a little rundown for you to know what the deputies are making and stuff. The next page is the stuff that I'm requesting this year. Of course, when I took office, we had body armor problems. We purchased in 15 to 20 bulletproof vests every so often, and we came up with the idea that, hey, let's break this down and start getting 5 or 6 every year. So we did that. So this year I have 6 deputies that will need bulletproof vests for fiscal year 2022. The cost for these are through state bid. It's gauze. It's $775 per deputy for a total cost of $4,650.
So this is the same, these is replaceable time.
Yes, every 5 years, Ms. Louise, they have to be replaced.
So
Or
this is already something that they're due, these 5 are due?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and it's by state code that we, as employers, we have to provide them vests. So yes. Overtime, I talk about this all the time. We work together and been able to give deputy sheriffs pay raises through the years, but the overtime budget has never increased at all. I've been lucky to move stuff around and be able to make the budget each year. What I'm requesting is $15,000 on each, being law enforcement levy, and $15,000 on general budget for total, making my budget go from 130 to 160, be a $30,000 increase.
Okay, you said that, let me see here. You said it won't cover the overtime this year.
No, I'm not saying it won't cover. I'm saying that it is hard to make ends meet with that because it's never went
No, I'm
up.
reading what you wrote here.
Let me see here.
Cemeteries will not cover the overtime.
Currently, the approved amount of something will not cover the overtime that occurred by this. It doesn't, Ms. Louise's. I have to move. That's why I said I have to move stuff around within my budget every year to make it meet.
Okay, so you maybe it's the same figure that you're using.
Yes, sir.
If it's $2 million budget and only 100,000 for this, you may take another.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's
Yes,
not,
sir.
it's not raising because it says increased in budget.
It's increasing that line item. It's increasing that line item, more or less. That
And then
per
you're
line. Then I pull from someplace else to make it.
The other line item that you didn't roll.
No,
Okay, that's my
no,
question.
no, sir. No, sir.
All right, so
Number 3 is K9. We still have all our K9s, 6 of them. I have 1 getting ready to retire. I'm not asking for an increase. 8,000 has been working fine. Haven't had a problem because we've had donations. I think they still work on that, aren't they, Ruth, that they received from Pittsburgh? So nothing really there. I don't know why we always have me put this in my budget, but regional jail, 1.6 million. I think we way underneath that as of right now. I hope it stays that way, but still request to be in the budget that amount.
that was more of my question. I thought it was low. Ruth, what is it as today?
Is the body armor an increase or is this your annual?
This is in my line items. It's not an increase. I mean, well, yeah, it is an increase, but I have to ask for them every year, the way I was told.
No, I understand you. I'm just trying to determine whether.
When I first got here, Allison, we took a hit
It's at
for,
$962,000.
As it says, more or less increased over the last several years. I thought you actually dropped it.
Last year, but no, the first 3 or 4 years myself in office,
Well, no, I
it
just
went
said
up.
last
And
couple
we
years.
increased this last year to from 1.5 to
Well, I'm talking
1.6.
about
First year here.
The
The
overall
body
budget.
armor.
It
You had to
actually
order
come in less
20,
than what you
but
had
we took
the
care
last 4 years. In
of
other words, the
everyone,
last 2
including
years,
the SWAT.
the jail bill's been
No,
lower.
The last 2 years,
I
this
just
year
said,
and last year,
you know,
yes, sir.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Lord.
It was actually lower. than
Right,
what
than what we budgeted.
That's what I was gonna talk about.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
actually
that's what I
lower.
suggested. We need
But-
to do it every year.
Mr. Weezer, the thing is, you
That
don't
way we
know.
stay with the
No, I know,
same.
I know, Mike, but the
It's
way you
automatically
worded
taken
it
care of.
in here, as it didn't come, it went up. But the last 2 years, it actually come down.
No, last year it didn't come down.
I thought you said the last 2 years.
No, sir. No, sir. This year it went down.
This year,
We increased it from 1.5 to 1.6 for this fiscal
But
year.
I'm talking about the actual cost.
The cost is going down.
This
That's
year,
right.
yes,
That's
sir.
what yeah.
Just this year, yes, sir.
Well, they're letting a lot of people go because of COVID and stuff.
Yeah.
They are.
Oh, yeah, but there's other things that he'll talk about here in a little bit too.
Ready?
I'm ready, Brian.
Number 5, firearm training. All right, I'm requesting in the budget cover the cost of ammunition. I said this last year, additional targets, range supplies, in the amount of $20,000. $20,000 is the bare bones every year. I haven't increased it. We don't have a range, so we had to pay a little bit last year because we went to an indoor range. That place is closed. I don't know where we're going to qualify this year, but we're working on with Raleigh County Sheriff's Office, also working with the Boy Scouts again. But again, $20,000 ammunition has went up, but we're luckily where I changed, went from the Glock 31 to the Glock 17, went from 357 to 9 millimeters. We've been all right with that, so that's good news
So far.
so far.
So this is not increasing.
No, it's the same as it was last year.
Okay, I was just curious, you had a quote in here, failed to qualify to be given an opportunity to reshoot.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that many officers that
Well,
don't qualify?
I did it one time, but again, when we went from the 357s to 9 mils, we didn't have that many. I think I had 2 that didn't qualify the first time, but by state code, you got to give them ample amount of time to qualify and shoot with them and stuff like that. But we haven't shot this year, so I don't know what's going to happen, or this coming up year. But it's bare bones, guys, and that's just being honest with you. I'm not, number 6, and when I get in further with this throughout the budget, I'm just giving you an overview. Last year, the county commission approved the lease of 10 cruisers. I'm requesting that we tried to purchase 6 from the state bid, which would be a cost that's fully outfitted, striped, lights, sirens, all that good stuff, $265,404. And I've got it's on state bid, and through the package here, you see that. Yes, sir.
I have a question for you.
That's good.
Last year, I asked if we purchased these vehicles, I wanted to keep track and see if the maintenance cost has come down, purchasing the vehicles compared to what it was before. And that was a big thing I wanted to ask.
There's a printout that I've received. I'm gonna go over it with you. Miss Louise is on through the package.
Or maintenance.
Yes, sir. I got that. Yes, sir.
That wasn't in this, but this.
Yes, it is.
It is?
It will be,
It's
sir.
in there.
It's in there. And I'll go over it with you, Mr.
Okay,
Louise.
thank you.
All right, uniforms. Be honest with you, we kind of lucked out this past year with uniforms. This is uniform. This is not allowance that you give to get them dry cleaned. This is actually purchase of uniforms. Even though with the hiring of deputies and losing deputies and buying this and buying that, I was able to receive a $42,000 grant through DOJ. And I purchased gas masks, I purchased this, I purchased that, and I purchased uniforms, a lot of uniforms for our deputy sheriff. So, but it's $23,000. I'm asking for an increase of $2,000, make it $25,000 for uniform increase. Again, the cost of uniforms have went up. We are searching the sheriffs throughout the state, different locations, because Gauls more or less has a monopoly on this. And it's really hard to get uniforms, and the price that have gone up the last couple of years. Throughout my budget, I didn't put this on y'all's, but I am, and I'll go over it unless you know, I'm asking for a $1,000 increase on training purposes. And again, when I get to that point, I'll explain to you why and stuff. Number 8, the next page, body cams. When I came on board, Sheriff Kessler, we had a certain type of body cams. We got away from them and went to this new style that we have. The cost of $349. I'm requesting this year 15 new body cams to trade out with the deputy sheriffs because they just get wore out. And by policy procedure, they have to download them. They have to do this. Be honest, it's like their laptop or TV anymore. It's cheaper to buy a new one than it is to try to buy batteries and everything else for your computer. So I'm asking for 15 new body cams this year for a cost of $5,235.
Do they make those that have the capability of monitoring live? Just curious.
They do, but I don't think we can afford that type. I mean, I looked into them. They can, but they are very expensive. But I'm hoping that price comes down, and at some point we'll be able to do that. But no, ma'am, not right now. You can't watch what live's going on.
Okay.
But these have the infrared in them. So when you go into a dark area and your body cam's on, you hear click and it lets you see everything. It saved a lot of officers and saved us as a county some cost because the lies that some people that was under arrest said. But again, you know, $5,235, I think is a good price for 15 new body cams, and it could save us in the long run for being sued. So, and it's policy that they have more anytime they have an interaction with any civilians. Number 9, first aid trauma kits. One of the things I did purchase with that DOJ money was for stabbing or shooting that the deputies have with them. But this is more or less a first aid trauma kit to have in a cruiser. I'm requesting 39 at $115 each for a total of $4,485. It's a little bit more just taking care of somebody's been shot or somebody's been stabbed. This has got everything in it when they roll up on a crime scene or an accident or whatever it might be. And you know, EMS might be 15, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, don't know. So I'm asking for them.
So we presently have kids, just not this expensive.
Right. The only one I have right now is 4 deputy sheriffs to have, just for the purpose that they would get shot in line of duty or get stabbed in line of duty. All right, number 10, patrol rifles and optics. Like again, I'm not gonna read this verbatim. When we switched over from 357s back down to 9mm with the difference of the cost, I was able to purchase some rifles at that time. And you can read it there. I'm requesting this time to purchase of, I got 15 the first time, I'm asking for 15 more. And that means every deputy sheriff that's on the road would have a long rifle / optics on it and stuff. And the prices of it was $700 for each rifle, $275 for the optics, for a total of $13,650. And again, doesn't include shipping, nothing like that, but we put out a bid to a couple of different places, and the one that was closest is the one in Rainell. That's where I purchased the last bunch from. Couldn't beat the prices, and that's what these prices came from.
How many of them qualified to use?
Every one of them
Do they have to
qualified.
be qualified?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So they take tests on, they take tests on?
We go out and shoot,
Okay.
and I have range officers, and they shoot anywhere from up to 100 yards. Just different type of shooting we do, Mr. Louise's. We don't do stand still and shoot. We move that moving targets. We do prone. We do kneeling. We do behind whatever. Try to make it as real as
So every
possible.
one of your officers are qualified?
Every one
Or
officer.
223?
Yes, sir.
So I'm asking.
Or
I
5.56.
shot a 223 at 300 yards. I have.
I shot one up to 500 with
Well,
that.
you got me.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm just curious, so all of them are qualified?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
have you all ever
I
had
did
to use the
1,000
223?
Yes, we have.
6 inches, baby. I can
Yes,
shoot
sir.
that thing and hit it.
You know, skip that last one for 1 second. You don't have to change pages or nothing. You know, it's my job as the sheriff to always ask for pay raises for my employees at the sheriff's office. And that's not just deputy sheriffs, that's the tax deputies, that's also secretary of staff and stuff. And then I go back to number 11. The total cost to give all 52 of my employees a pay raise, it would cost the county $74,326. That's if $100 pay raise on the month, $1,200 a year, I would request. I know times are tough, but again, I'm asking for a $100 pay raise for all my employees. The law enforcement levy, I broke it down for you. Projected cost would be covered by law enforcement levy, leaving the cost to the county would be $41,303 on the general budget. So I asked for it. If we get it, thank you. If we don't, I understand. But go back to number 11. This is very important. What I'm doing here is adding or requesting to add 2 additional ranks within my department. The reason why, 1, we're a young department. 2, majority of my rank that I have at this time is 4 sergeants. I'm requesting to go up to 6. A lot of my rank are in positions where drug units, detective bureau, bailiffs, and I have no rank on the road to be supervisor. So I get called in the middle of the night, the lieutenants get called, the chief gets called. I'm requesting that from you, if you could do this, it would increase, it'd be about $9,333 in total cost to the county to add 2 sergeants, which would also give me 2 additional corporals. And I broke it down, and that's, if you remember at the very beginning, I broke down how much it is per rank. It's a $2,100 pay raise for the sergeants, and then it's $1,800 pay raise for the 2 that would get corporal. So total salary expense would be $7,800. Then you add their 12% retirement expenses, and then the FICA into it, and it's a total of $9,333. And that would, one, help me retain people that's been here 10 and 15 years to keep them here so they don't go to other agencies. Because right now, if I talk to most of you, I just lost one good deputy that's going to the West Virginia State Police to get ready to start the academy. I'm getting ready to lose a corporal who's moving to Florida. So, go ahead, Mr. Louise, you have a question on this one?
Just use $300, it says $4,200, maybe my math.
Mm-hmm.
Use $4,200 for two of them.
Yes, sir.
It's if they move from a corporal to a sergeant, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's 300, is 3,600 is what I got.
With the $2,100 pay raise for each one of them? 21 and 21 is 42.
But if they go from a corporal to a sergeant, it's $300.
They're already corporals. They already got that $1,800 pay raise.
Okay, maybe that's what-
And then then two deputy sheriffs or deputy first class would move up from that rank to a corporal, it'd be another $1,800 for them. You see what I'm saying, Miss Louisa?
I see what he's saying.
Let's see. If you go from a corporal to a sergeant, it costs $300 extra a year or a month.
$2,100 a year per one, so that's $4,200 per year for two sergeant slots. And then it's $1,800 a year per corporal, which makes it $3,600 a year. So then you take them and add them together, it's $7,800 pay or more per four of them total, right? Instead of two sergeants, two corporal, be four, be $7,800 for a year.
I see what he's saying. He's talking about, now, I also know that Sheriff Fridley was telling me that he's not necessarily promoting, not necessarily promote a corporal to sergeant. It might be a deputy first class.
You
that
see
he
what I'm
puts up
talking
there.
about, yeah.
What he's talking about is the difference between their salaries, as you noted them on the front page.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's saying, so if you promote somebody from corporal to sergeant, you're looking at the $300 pay difference. But what he's talking about is he wants to create two new sergeant positions.
Two new positions.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm adding two
Okay,
more.
that's what I
It's
did.
just a $300, but
Okay. That's where I was confused. I understand that.
now you see what
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, I should have broke it down a little bit more, but
It's okay. It's
No.
okay. It's okay.
it's two additional, it's really, that's the high end of it. Now, a corporal is going to be jumped up, it's a $300 pay raise. So it's really going to be less than what it shows, really. But I did it that way, so the highest point, you always ask for higher, and then you can figure it out. But I mean, it's really $2,100, and the $1,800 is going to be on the two corporals. But still, for $9,333, rough estimate, okay? Also, just want to make sure that, that the county commissioners know, especially our new county commissioner, we do get, I have two deputies that are currently, one's a lieutenant and one's a corporal that's in the Board of Education, meaning that they work at one to Oka High School and one is at Military High School as resource officers. We do get reimbursed their salaries, approximately $132,000 a year. It's about $33,000 or $34,000 every quarter. So again, savings of the county. I already went over asking for the $100 pay raise with you before I went that one, so you can turn around. And then next should be in your packages, should be the quotes for the vest, state bid. I put that in there. After that, now we get in the nitty gritty of the vehicles. If you look at this right here, the one I've got, I had my chief call out and talk to each one of the deputies. This was back in December. This is their actual mileage that they had in December. Now, we're 2 months from that, so it's went up a little bit for each vehicle. Then for you, Miss Louisa's, I went over here and I asked the county commission, I'm talking to county commission, asked down at the park for the maintenance cost for the cruisers. And it breaks down for each one. If you look at them, Miss Louisa's, our 2020s, the biggest one was Murray's because he wrecked. It was $5,847.73 cost on his. Everybody else is around $600, and it goes all the way up to the $5,000. Most of them were around $600-700, and that's just more or less tires,
Don't have a total at the bottom.
on change, right there on the side, yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't do the total, they did that to me and sent it to me.
Okay.
But you can see the cost of the vehicles and stuff, I mean, per vehicle. And how many miles on them by their account, which don't match up with my mileage,
Well, this is
just whenever.
this one.
Right there, Ms. Louise, you got it right there. That's the one for the county park with your cost on it, and then this was the miles back in December, sir. The next page, and it goes on the back too, Tom.
I mean, I think for a total, amount, that's what it is.
They didn't do a total.
No, they didn't do a total.
No, they didn't. They just did per each vehicle, sir.
So I don't know. I haven't
But-
added up compared to.
But you can look at them, Mr. Weezus, at the years and the mileage on the cars, how much it's costing us to keep these vehicles on the road.
Yeah, that's what I was going to compare it to, what, if the new ones, the 10 new ones we got actually decreased the maintenance.
I'm sure it did.
the
If
year
you,
before.
I'm sure it did. If you look at all the way down through there, it's 11,000, 10,000 per vehicle upkeep. When we're looking at $600 to $300, that's pretty daggone big difference.
Amy, do we have that in soft copy?
Do you want to also mention the maintenance and what's going on with
Yeah,
your
to
cars
see if we
being
can,
held up
if we can
for?
get it into, Excel, and
periods of
just have
time?
it, then it'll add
I can
itself
do
up,
that.
you won't have to go. through
And
that.
It needs to be checked with some,
After we talked about that, what Commissioner's talking about, there's some things that's going on at the county park, and I talked to Wayne myself. We have no ASE certified mechanics down there whatsoever. That means that they're not a mechanic. They're park employees, they can change oil, they can rotate tires and stuff like I could do in my backyard back in the day. But major work and everything like that is being sent out. And I've called around the different garages within the county. If you get an alignment done, you go into Tony's Tires. If you get tires, which is on state bid, we go to Tony Tires. If it's gonna be, no, I take it back. Front alignment is at Davis Tire. They do all the alignments and stuff like that. And also down here, I can't remember his name, right here off of the side where Priority Ambulance used to be. They do a lot of like air conditioning, recharging and stuff like that. I asked how much it cost. They said, Mike, it depends what being done. So they couldn't really give me a quote, how much it would cost if they had to rebuild a motor, if they had to change, because it varies from different vehicles and time wise. So right now, the county park only work that they do on our cruisers is change the brakes, which I had a deputy had his brakes changed and came out the next day and parked the lane in his driveway. It wasn't put on right, and that's concerning. Again, we do not have any ASE qualified mechanics. I have a deputy sheriff now that's on my force that is a mechanic, and he said, "Oh Lordy." Something that you as the county commission need to look at, maybe, you know, I know they outsourcing these now, but one good thing to answer your question, Louise, is most of our vehicles that we have that are the 10, if something goes on, they under warranty, so they get sent to 1 to 4 dealers, and the majority of our work is free, so that's good. I don't really know what to say about it other than it's kind of scary when you walk outside and your brake parts are laying on the ground.
Right, I see what you're saying about a certified mechanic, and I'd like, if we could, just to see what one. I'm just curious.
Don't even bother, because
You
you're not gonna get them for what we pay.
no,
Well, what I'm gonna look at is what he's talking about, the difficulty we had to form out compared to what one would cost. I'd like to see the figures, you know, just to say, well, whoo, no way, or whoo, maybe.
Most of your certified mechanics make between 15 and 17, and then they get tiered bonuses. So, I mean, it's $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year.
Yeah.
Is what, an oil change person is about between 12 and 15.
Okay, well,
And that's at a dealership.
I wanna see all these figures, I'll have those, you know, between 40 and 50 is what you're talking about.
At
But that's
least.
not with benefits and insurance, correct? Okay. Sometimes benefits and insurance are.
there's one local one who has insurance, gives them benefits, and is paying them $25 an hour.
Right. And you get a specific certified, like Nissan Ford or something like that, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, most of what you have is forward, correct?
Yes, all of our fleet now is forward.
How does the Board of Ed do it?
They have certified mechanics.
They also pay their people a lot of money.
I wonder if we could subcontract to them. Is that possible?
Mike, you going into the mileage next?
I was going to give the breakdown of all the cars first, and I was going to do that.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
Like you talk about 10 cars on the utilities.
Pardon me?
You talk about on utility vehicles. that
Yes,
you're
sir.
talking about. And you mentioned all of the utilities.
Yes, sir.
Is there any, could you do some, I may just ask a question, not saying we're gonna say.
Right, right.
Could some of them not be utility vehicles, or do you feel you have to have one?
For our terrain and our areas that we go into in this county, we'd be crazy to go back to sedans. Matter of fact, Ford don't even make them anymore.
So you have to have certain guys on to cover certain areas that don't go into the back on the frame that you're talking about.
You find an area in this county that doesn't have that. If you're in a plateau, the Valley District or New Haven District, everywhere you go.
Right.
And I mean, honestly, Ford does not make any sedans anymore. Now, what they do, I understand where you're going, like for, how can I word this for you to understand it?
All-wheel drive.
Right, well, they all will drive even now. Right. The other thing they have, like for your sheriff or your chief deputy or your bailiffs that don't go out anywhere. They just take the judges around and drive into work and do that unless there's something going on and they go, you know. They do make cruisers for that type of function. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
And then, you know, there's also Dodges out there, there's Chevys out there, but again, the Ford police package, that this is made for police officers. This is what way it's done. I priced Tahoes out. The Tahoes are $3,000 to $4,000 more. You know, I try to come with the best deal I can. And again, Ford has a monopoly on them. I mean, it's just flat out.
You want to try to stay with the same type of car.
Again, we had sedans here before. We have sedans on the road now that have 180,000, 200,000 miles on them. They still go on. Again, it goes back to rotating oils and stuff like that. But honestly, Mr. Louise's, it'd be downfall for us in the county if we went back to sedans. And the majority of your sedans now don't come all-wheel drive. Dodge Chargers, I think they came out with the all-wheel drive, but they about that high off the ground. And the first time we go up to Shade Creek or we go up in Armstrong Creek or up on top of Pax Mountain and tear off the bottom, you're gonna be saying, why did we get them cars? And I'm gonna say, well, you asked for it, so you have it. The breakdown on the vehicles itself, it's just page right here. Again, I'm asking for 6, 20, 21, 4. This is from the state that they sent it to me. They are a cost of $33,250. The options that we get every year, that's the pre-wiring on the front and stuff, makes it cost easier, and the wigwags in the front. That's another $110. So for 6 vehicles, it's $200,160. Immerse equipment, SUV cruisers, 6 of them to be fully equipped, marked, and all that stuff, $9,824. We have been doing this, and we still haven't caught up yet. We went away from Motorola and we were Kenwoods. Got a real good deal on them this year, $1,050 for radios for inside your cruisers, which it's all one unit inside. You don't have the trunking unit in the trunk and all this good stuff anymore, and it's probably half the price, if not even more than that, of what a Motorola is. And we've been purchasing them for a while now, Kenwoods. Total vehicle package would be, again, like I said in the beginning, $265,404 for 6 cruisers. And then real fast, just going through it. That's Stevens Auto is where the state bid is from. Rocky Fork is where we get all of our equipment at and stuff, and then the radios. So that's all the vehicle stuff, except now, talk about mileages. And I'm glad you reminded me because I went right through it and then I didn't want to get myself off kilter, Commissioner. If you can look on here, I went through and put little ticks by certain vehicles. We have 11 vehicles right now with over 120,000 miles on them. Then we have 8 vehicles that over 150,000 miles on it. Now, of course, if you will go look and pull these vehicles up on their cost, you're going to see we spending anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a car to keep these things on the road. That's crazy. So last year, before we purchased the 10 cruisers, Commissioner came up, Mr. President now, I know he has his figures, but again, 11 over 120, 8 over 150,000 miles. So you tell me, Mr. Brenneman, what do you think we need this year?
Well, let's go back to 4 years from now, 4 years before your
23.
first year. We looked at this mileage and we looked at the expenses, and I spent a lot of time with crunching numbers on those. And at that point in time, we had 3 cars under 100,000 miles. We had 26 cars over 150,000 miles. And right now we only have 9 cars over 150,000 miles, which is a huge turn. And if we were going to fix that right now, if we had glorious money, 10 vehicles would get us to where we need to be. But you and I both know that's not going to happen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be like Tom. I'm going to go back and I'm going to research how much money we're putting into these 9 vehicles over 150,000 miles and see exactly what we need. Now, for your people who are bailiffs, they don't need they can just use the Impala or interpreter. Is that what it is, interpreter?
No, it's
Interceptor?
Convict Interceptor.
Interceptor,
Yes.
okay, yeah. They may need some interpreters.
They might need some interpreters too.
You're the
yes,
one
sir.
who needs an interpreter.
Yeah, that's it. Boy, you just giving it to me. Thank you. Keep me on my toes. But yeah, I would like to look at this in more detail
Yes, sir.
and go through it. But we've made some great strides on
Big head
vehicles.
Yes, sir.
And we need to continue to do that.
And again, Ms. Louises, I know because you always ask the question about it, but you know, it took us a while to get where we're at now, 4 years, and we made that much progress. We just don't need to keep going back because it's going to save the county money in the long run. If our goal was 4 years ago, get to a place where we were just purchasing 2 cars per year, and then just start getting rotation going. Again, because certain deputies want to have more mileage than the other deputies. So, you know, that's our goal to get to. But again, I asked for 6 this year, and I'm just taking into consideration.
I do have another question.
Yes, sir.
Now that I'm looking at it a little more thoroughly,
Mhm.
I'm going to start comparing.
Yes, sir.
It says 80 for say parts only,
Them are cruisers that are down here, are just sitting there.
but you got the total cost for repairs and maintenance was $18,000.
That's how much it was before we took off the road, sir.
Before you took it off.
Yes,
the
sir.
road.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
Yes,
that,
sir.
that it just wasn't put on there.
No,
Can I ask a question? Is this a new chart?
they just gave it to me last week when I brought it, and that's why I'm
Well, I
saying
don't think it's up to date.
I don't either, and that's why.
Because it still lists spares, we don't have spares. There are a couple parts cars and that's it.
And exactly right. And but I called down there. I don't even know who the female was I talked to, but that's why I had the chief do this back in December because our mileage was never the same. So, but I asked for this last week.
Can we get an update on them?
Yeah.
That's not my
I know, but I'm.
down there, right?
I want to back up and ask you something real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Did your, for your firearms training, did that include also ammo for the new
Yeah.
AR-15s and all that?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll go through with that a little bit more with you, Commissioner. Again, can I keep going?
Yeah.
Question, Ms. Louises?
Yes, sir.
All right. Body cams, there's for that. There's just the next few pages. If you look on this one, my range officer, Lieutenant Mooney, he said, when I got this, it already jumped up $15 on the optics and the guns themselves. So trauma kits went up $15. I gave you all that information. Here's the cost for the optics, which I don't really. That's me. They can call back. All right. Now we should be where I can break it down for you unless you want to go through each one of them optics and stuff with us. I mean,
No.
That's what the range officers requested, and that's what we had on our other rifles and stuff too. And that's first aid kit is a really nice one.
This has everything in it broken down for us, Mike, so we're in pretty good shape on all that.
Yes,
So we
sir.
can go back and read those. All right, so let's go into your,
The budget per line item, more or less, is that where we're at now? That's where I'm at, John. right
yeah,
here. This page right here.
Yep.
All right. Now, I also did the one that Miss Ruth requests us to do every year. You can look on after go, but this is mine because again, with deputy sheriffs, I have to have a minimum amount because of longevity pay. No matter what, they get that by state code. So if you look at one of these, this is the minimum what I need per line item. And then where I ask for pay raises, the FICA, the pay, and retirement expenses, that's all you see on this first page. This is out of general budget. This is dealing with this, my office, that means my secretaries and my salary and stuff like that. And then this will coincide with this. You can, if you look at this, and I noticed when Michelle was doing hers, John asked some questions about their salaries. Again, if you look at this, that Ms. Ruth makes us do, that is because over here, I requested a $100 pay raise on it.
okay.
Just to make sure y'all aware of it. If you look at this page that I do, that's the minimum that I need for their salaries and stuff, okay? So 274,000, if you look at that, John, ours went down.
Mhm.
Well, how did that happen? I don't know either. I'll just be honest with you, I don't. But it is what it is. And you're gonna see it a lot because of the CARES Act funding and the law enforcement. It's gonna really blow your mind away when we get to that. Now, the next one is the law enforcement general account. Again, over on the left is the minimum requirements that I'm requesting, period. I have to have it in the salaries and stuff because of longevity pay and whatever. Then I asked for $100 pay raise. That's the 1440. Overtime, where I asked for it to go up 30,000. I put 15 on this one, I told you, on the general, and 15,000 on the law enforcement levy. That's what you're looking there.
Yep.
Retirement expenses because of pay raises, training education, it's $7,500 what we were at. I'm asking for a $1,000 increase, make the 85. Dues and subscriptions, I'm not asking for anything to change on that. That's more or less for my sheriff's association and stuff like that, the $2,500 because we're class 1. Supplies and material. We was budgeted $83,488 last year. That's a wild number I came up with. $1,512 increase to make it up to $85,000, and that will cover what we were talking about earlier, Allison. That's for the guns, that's for the trauma kits and all that stuff. Falls underneath this each and every time. And then uniforms, I asked for a $2,000 increase in that. Brings up to $25,000. K9 fund none, regional jail none, and the capital outlay. I didn't really have any minimal funding last year because we leased in vehicles and we leased 5 here and 4 here, and I didn't know what to put there because Ruth and I have been fighting with Enterprise for quite a few months with them, but I think we finally got them lined out. But again, that's it on the general. That's where it's 11 deputies and 1 forensic specialist that the county pays for.
Where do your transport officers figure in?
I have the separate line item for them too, ma'am. I'll get that to you in a second. I got so many line items, it's crazy. But again, this 11 deputies and 1 forensic specialist. The next one is the civil process line item. I currently have 2 deputies on that, and 1 will be moving from the levy or court security onto this one because one of them are leaving. Mr. Olson, Corporal Olson's leaving, but I had to put him on because he hasn't left yet. It covers the salary of 2 deputies, 1 corporal, and 1 DFC. Minimum requirements on your left. Only thing that you see in district request is where I asked for a $100 pay raise on that one. Okay. Next line item, courthouse security. Now, this is the one where you as commissioners going to have to figure out what we're going to do. I was approved 2 additional deputy sheriffs for this position. rumors going around that, you know, they might be cut, they might not be cut. We don't know what the budget looks like. But again, we're lucky. When I say we're lucky, I don't like losing deputy sheriffs, but might not have to make a decision to lay off 2 deputies. But again, I want to emphasize on this again, that we receive over $134,000 a year from the Board of Education reimbursement for a lieutenant and 1 corporal.
I thought that's what we had that anyway.
What's that?
We used that money last budget to give pay increases.
No, that was through 3 of them ago.
Okay, but we did do that.
Yes, but it's still, and I put it all into that every time, but now we're at a point now where we shouldn't have to worry about that. Again, left is what the cost is. That was with the pay raise I requested, and that's the total request. Broken down courthouse security. Next one, this is the law levy. It carries 23 deputy sheriffs on it. You can look at it. $907,737. That's what minimum I would need within 23 deputies. Well, it funds 23 deputies, but I just have 22 on it because I hold a slot open for my chief deputy. If I would bust him from chief, he'd go back to the ranks, and then we move people around. Overtime wages, that's why I asked for $50,000 more than that to bring it up to $75,000. I've got $60,000 in overtime, Miss Louise. You was asking about overtime and stuff. Our salaries went up quite a bit. Still $7,000 less than Oak Hill Police Department starts out, but again, we're at $60,000, and I'm requesting $15,000 on that to make up to $75,000 on the law levy. And going down through everything else is just because I asked for the $100 pay raise.
Mike, do you know what the law levy actually is? Is that what it's 1.4?
It'd be 1.4 million to be able to keep them 23 deputies on.
That's actually what we get from the law levy.
I don't know what we get because it varies, Mr. Louise.
I think it's $1 million.
Well, I'm glad you can pick them numbers because you know what? We take in 895,000 one day. You don't know what you're going to take in the next month.
No, but I mean, the total law levy, I believe, that we're going to get is 1 million.
I thought it was 1.1 close to it.
Okay, yeah.
1.01.
Yeah, 1.01 something.
But you also got to realize too, there's a carryover in it every year too, Tom. And,
Okay.
and that's what, I mean, again, and I've asked, I didn't bring up this term because I just got done asking, we need to move some more from law levy
I'm
into
just
general.
curious.
Yes, sir.
So there's always about 300,000 layover.
Give or take some. I mean, it varies. We don't know. That's the thing. I mean, if people pay their taxes and do their part, yes, we have layover. If they don't, then we're hurting.
So
Then we got, you say,
is it for pay taxes or could it be from taxes going down and fluctuating? There's a percentage. No matter
it is a
what.
percentage no matter what. And, you know, and now if we want to go another route, that's what scares me to death. If they get rid of property taxes, they get rid of this. Well, what's going to, we're going to still set levy.
Yeah.
Then we lose 23 deputies and then we just do what we do.
Yeah, I was just curious about the difference in what it shows here compared to what you have.
It just,
Actually,
it-
that's
it varies, Tom, and I would only know. But if you remember last year, I asked us to take some off the law levy and put it onto the general budget. And everybody says, no, can't do it yet, can't do it yet. The next one, you was asked about transportation. Here it is, ma'am, the next one up. It cost, again, minimum requirements on the left. Didn't ask anything other than a $100 pay raise on those. Okay. And if you look down through there too, Commissioner, you can look and see also on that, the fringe benefits, that's a uniform, their overtime that they get. And then on the back, I get $500 to feed when I've got prisoners over here and we have court going on, so I can go buy them pizza and whatever and stuff like that. That's the only thing different on this, okay? Nothing, no request, no more money or anything like that. Mr. Parker, dog warden line item. Again, that's his salaries and stuff currently on the left. The only thing that's on that, pay raise that I asked for. That's really it. Now, this is my little spreadsheet that I do for each year. If you look at the first 3 pages, this is every employer with the sheriff's office. This is no pay raise, no nothing. Just the $20, I mean, just their longevity pay that goes in it. And it breaks down each office, how much it costs to run each office. She was asking Tom about the 1.4. My salary and the tax deputies and secretaries, it's $506,000 a year that we pay. For the dog warden, it's $61,000. That's with all the benefits and stuff. The next page, you pay another $897,000 of the 11 deputies plus the 1 forensic specialist. And if you look on there, you can see what they make, each and every one of them. And then the last one, the law levy. You can see what deputies, I go by seniority. Steve Neal, if somebody would leave from the general budget, he'd be moved up to the general line item. And it's 1.4 on the general budget. And then you go into, if with the $100 pay raise, how much it would cost and all that. And I did pretty good.
Mike, you're always pretty thorough, but your budget is kind of large.
Yes, it's the largest one, 52 employees.
I think that's the largest one in town. The most complex, so.
Yeah.
And then again, and what I do just to let the commission know, like I go to each one of my senior staff, Lieutenant Mooney, I ask him, I need a breakdown of with the rifles and stuff, his range officer and does that. Again, I hate to say it this way, not really asking for a lot. Could be asking for a lot more. But I know times are tough always. I just get what I think we need. So any questions from any of the commissioners?
I've got one, cancel the concealed weapons fund. What does that mean spent? What does that?
What I can spend, whatever I want to spend on
Whatever
that.
you want to spend it.
Yes, sir. And it's by law. It's not, I can't go out and buy myself this. It's got to be used for deputy stuff. And what has it been spent on? I bought computers, I bought pistols, I bought, you name it, and I don't come to y'all and ask for it. But again, you know, when I took office, I know what it was then, and I know what I can spend it down to. So
So you haven't got that.
asset forfeiture too. You know, there's a lot of things, Mr. Louise, as I purchased throughout the year that I don't even come to y'all. I just go out and buy them because I can't.
I was gonna ask you,
Yes, sir.
you already have, I think you got 90,000 left in that.
91,000.
91,000?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a lot of where you want to go this year or not?
It matters. It matters what I need, what is pushing. You know, I wrote y'all a check out of it when we bought the car for $10,000 and it builds up. But I'm gonna tell you this though, because the legislature changed the laws on it, it's not growing like it used to either. And it's not gonna grow. And that's, you know, that's another worry that you can't pick in your pocket and pay parking lots for y'all and stuff like that. Any other questions?
Allison, anything?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for your
Thanks, Mike.
time.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Becky, would y'all mind if we took like a 5-minute break or less?
Thank you, John.
That's a great idea.
Inspired even.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, you might want that. See, Michelle did you a favor by ending 15 minutes early because I knew you'd need 45 minutes.
I'm always like that.
We'd have got out there earlier, but Miss Louise wants to ask questions, which is good. John, thank you, sir. See you later. Well, have a good day. Please sign off on all that stuff for our reappointments too. I think they did last.
I did.
Yeah, I think I scanned it to her.
Yeah, I got yours.
Good to go. See you later, guys.
What's the bylaws you sent me for?
With URA, that looks like it's not the whole thing. So we're gonna check into it. URA,
Okay.
but it looks like maybe it's missing some stuff, so I'll check into it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'll give it to them. And they've got 2,000 cabinets.
Hey, Ruth, did I do good?
Huh?
Did I do good?
I'm just anxious for Friday, not because, you know, I want to wait to be over, I want Eddie's numbers.
I look for our numbers to stay in the green again today. We only had 4 cases. Raleigh County shot back up to 9 again. Yeah, we only had a total of 4. So it's starting to look good. It'll be interesting to see what happens the next 2 weeks with the restaurants opening up more, 75%. And then meetings can go from 25 to 75. I was thinking maybe 50 would be a good number to go to, but I'm hearing, hey, Susie.
Hey, is
He is, yes. Well, he's not, but his jacket is.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to it, I mean, you're more than welcome.
Okay, well, I don't want you to
Okay.
like you hear creepy music in your office and stuff.
Oh, you know,
You know what? Everybody can hear you.
I'm what? Oh, I'm sorry, everybody out there in TV land. What was we talking about? Oh, I look for more things. I look for things to become looser maybe in the next couple, 3 weeks. Oh, when you guys come to talk, everybody's having a hard time hearing you. So if you would, please come to the podium and then you can turn around and wave at everybody and then get into your presentation. Yeah, do the Queen style. Yeah. You have the information you need for us later on?
For what? For budget?
Yeah.
Like, I will, Eddie has to certify.
No. Not.
We'll talk after the meeting.
You don't have to talk about me.
Ouch.
I'll talk to you.
Amy?
Yes. Would you like to hand some stuff back to me?
No, because do we have any more presentations on budgets? Just Andy Austin. Yes, you can have mine. Wait there. I can't. I'll get a bigger paper clip.
Okay, I'll print it all out. But you'll just make sure your name's on it.
Okay, that's a little bit less on the desk.
Here are those 2 letters I need to return on.
Hey, Amy, here's this one too. This is for, okay. This is where Will Thornton is put back into.
Look at the email.
And this is the new letter for sales. We changed that word in this one, Amy?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed from new program to involvement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, continue both. Okay. Here's that one. All righty. Well, next presentation is, boy, I love all these abbreviations. NRG CVB presentations that was tabled and discussion and decision regarding hotel motel tax from February the 3rd, 2021. And Tom, I'll give it over
Oh,
to
well, I
you.
guess y'all are gonna give a presentation anyway, so, I'll ask questions after the presentation.
Yeah, I know you asked for samples of our ads that show what we do on
And
the cafe sign.
people can't hear you with your mask on while you're talking.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to pop it down and you can wave and say hello to, well, you can't, yeah, they're not seeing you. And
Yeah, they can see us. I think I asked somebody what it
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like and they said they can see the desk and the slideshow.
Okay, all right, cool beans.
So I just wanted to give you this first. This is an abbreviation of what she has sent you with what we do, but honestly, this is really just a lot of front and back of samples of some of the advertising we've used in the last year to 2 years. It's 19 and 20.
You talking paper or in the magazine?
No, these are all digital ads. Except
Digital
there
ads,
there may be a couple of print ads in there, but the majority of them are digital
Okay.
ads. But I just wanted to give you guys samples of, so you can see that, and it is front and back. I didn't want to overwhelm you all with paper, but I wanted you to see that we do use a lot of imagery from the Fayette County. Oh, and here's the little collection points that we use for our passport.
So we're here to talk about the Fayette County Tourism Investment and what we're about. So it's Visit Southern West Virginia and the New River Gorge CVB. We are positioned as we're your marketing destination marketing organization for the two areas. So Fayette County is represented solely through New River Gorge CVB. Visit Southern West Virginia represents 9 counties. They're a regional CVB with Fayette County included. So we do appreciate the investment. It's been a 50-50 match, 7.5% from the Fayette County Commission and 7.5% from the New River Gorge CVB pays Visit Southern West Virginia the 15% buy-in. So the 50-50 match is a great benefit for Fayette County, and it provides you more of what New River Gorge CVB already does outside of that marketing plan.
Can I ask questions as we go?
Absolutely.
The 50-50 match, is it just advertise Fayette County? Or is the money used to advertise the Southern West Virginia Visit in the United States?
The 50-50 match ensures that Fayette County is represented in the regional advertising. So it could be an ad, it could be a video.
Ensures.
That includes Nicholas County, it can include Fayette County, and it can include Mercer County.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not categorized just for.
It's a regional buy-in.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But insures is why you use insures, so I was curious.
Yeah, it gives Fayette County the insurance that they are represented in that almost $600,000 marketing budget.
Okay, so if we just paid the 50%, then we wouldn't be insured to be in the advertising.
Well, if you just pay the 50% to the New River Gorge CVB, then the New River Gorge CVB wouldn't be able to participate with Visit Southern West Virginia, and Visit Southern West Virginia wouldn't be able to represent anybody with lodging properties in Fayette County. So the next slide shows you our tax funding. It's 2019 versus 2020. The 50% contribution is the first line. So you have 183,000, 50% in 19, 240,000 in 2020, and that increase, I'm guessing, is because of the ACE that started on July 1st. So the half a year was a little bit different for 2020, and then you can see the additional 7.5% that was paid from the Fayette County Commission, and then the bottom number is what's paid to Visit Southern West Virginia. Do you have a copy of the slides, Tom?
I thought I did, and I'm kind of lost.
That's what Lisa just gave you.
No, I didn't give you the slide. I gave
That's
you
the
a copy of that.
examples of ads.
I think I have an extra copy of the slide.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for that page, and I'm kind of lost. I thought I seen it, but I cannot find it. Have you got it, John?
Oh, I was watching the slideshow.
You wanna write that, yeah.
Something right on. I mean, when you go through something like something to look at it as.
I did print it front and back, so you'll have to flip it.
Okay.
So the slide that, would be 3 that I just showed you with the 2019 versus 20
You can
numbers.
obviously take a statement of that.
Yeah. So 2019 versus 2020, that shows you the 50% contribution, the 7.5% buy-in, and then the total paid to visit Southern West Virginia, which is the 15%. So what we're going to do is just give you an overview of the money, how the money is spent with examples, and then what to expect in 2021 and beyond for Fayette County. And then Lisa will talk about her visit Southern West Virginia. Yeah.
So I'm showing you the 2019 numbers first, because obviously that was more of a normal year for us. In 2019, we spent $550,558 total on our marketing. That includes our promotions, our fulfillment pieces, the postage, and then trade shows, which is mostly group tour and media. So as you can see, 190 plus actually of that money was spent on digital marketing. So our social media, our digital advertising, newsletters, blogs, stuff like that. That is our main advertising outlet, mainly because we get the most return from it for the dollar. So the print advertising, we didn't spend. They have 18K on here. We did like West Virginia Living, Blue Ridge Outdoors, the State Travel Guide. I think we did Smoky Mountain Living Together. There was a few we did, but most of these magazines that we participated in had digital components, and they also had articles on Southern West Virginia, which is why we wanted the extra coverage with an ad. We also do sponsorships. We do look at sponsorships that are either going to bring a lot of media attention, like Bridge Day, or a lot of people, like Spartan. Last year in 2019, we spent about $60,000, which, like I said, was between Spartan, Bridge Day, the Great Race, which all of those have been pushed to 21, and we'll see what happens. So we will still be sponsoring these in 21. We did skip 2020 because they didn't happen. So our total marketing spend, and of course the rest of it is a lot of different outlets that we use. So like I said, we do a lot of, like I said, just postage alone is like $30,000 a year.
So what that ensures is like Fayette County does the buy-in, the 7.5%, we match that. So we get to buy into that total marketing spend of anywhere between $500,000 to $600,000 a year. And that reduces our cost on advertising. It enhances our opportunities. It gives us bigger opportunities and less of a buy-in when we can partner with them.
And Tom, you asked if everything was regional. For the most part, but we do co-ops and we do niche marketing. So as you can see with the sample of ads that I had in the first one, there is we did do a rafting co-op, we did a Hawks Nest co-op, we did a Babcock, co-op. We do co-ops that do specifically represent Fayette County, as well as other areas. We do those in other areas as well, but we do have specific money that we do for niche marketing campaigns.
So if the county, let's say it's recreational map that we're talking about, and I'm working with somebody on a recreational site, maybe just small developments, so I'm presented to the commission.
Right.
So could that be what you're talking about?
What we could do is like with the motorcycle touring map, that was done by an outside company. And we advertised, we did an advertisement, we actually co-op that to help offset the print cost for them, but also bought us advertising. We also can distribute it, which saves you on postage. And of course, we do a lot of advertising for trails, and we can help put that as a fulfillment piece. We can put it in addition to what we send out, which is what we do for.
Because me and John was talking earlier, so you actually spent $190,000 in digital marketing. Okay, so that's about 34%. Okay, that's good, because the one we looked at earlier on said 15%.
15.8%.
And I told John, I said something, I'm working with a national franchise that they take, we use 25%.
Well, we did have, in our marketing plan last year, I know we had a lower amount, but what that was ones that we did through our agency, through our trade desk, which is target marketing and retargeting. There was additional advertising bought separate for Expedia, TripAdvisor, Metro News. So we do, those different outlets were not included in that. So there's digital marketing and there's other digital marketing. So those weren't in, but that is the actual total.
Who, on a targeting desk, who sets those priorities? Who identifies who you're going to target?
Well, we have obviously analytics that we use. And I actually, when we were here last time, I looked at our analytics since we were named a national park. It hasn't changed that much. We still are, our target markets are still the states around us. We are seeing an increase in some of the states. We're seeing an actual pretty big increase in the last 3 months in like Maryland, Indiana, Illinois. It actually stayed the same in about New York and DC, which I found that a little surprising. But we do kind of look at that. We look at who's searching for us. We look at who's coming to our website and what they're searching for. And we use that for our baseline for all of our advertising. So if we see that there's a new market looking for us, or there's a different, and when I say new market, that's a state, but we also can look at a new demographic. So if there's a new demographic that's searching for information on Southern West Virginia or the River Gorge or the National Park, we can start targeting that market. We not only use retargeting from our own website, we use it from our social media, and we use it from the state's website.
I noticed, just as an aside, when I was driving back from Charleston the other day, that our signs still say National River, and Amy looked into it for us, or somebody had let us know that we're not going to get new signs till summer at least.
It takes time.
I talked to Lizzie Watts, the superintendent for the River Gorge, and she said that's in their first year plan is signage and education. So signs are going to happen, but like right now, I think the one at the visitor centers, they're temporary, but they have like a draped sign over top of it that says the River Gorge National Park and Preserve. So it's coming. It'll be the first year of the change, signage and education.
And I will say, we've already had people visiting. One of the coffee shops that I go to often told me that they've actually had customers in who said they were here because they wanted to see the national park. They lived close. They'd never heard of it, which blew my mind that they'd never heard of the Newport National River. But we are already seeing traffic coming in because of the designation.
We had a ton of nationwide coverage. I just got an alert before I left the office that we're in Forbes magazine today. We were in
the Times and the Post.
Times and Post. I got mentioned in the Times.
And a lot of the international markets are picking up the Post articles I've noticed. So there's, it's some international markets. They may not be writing their own articles, but they're picking up.
It's the BBC for the world, pretty much.
Yeah. And I sent you all those 3 links, the international ones. Did you watch the Chinese video?
No, I haven't looked at it.
Hilarious.
When did you see it?
Okay, the next slide kind of takes you down. This is our fulfillment pieces. No, not every one of these is done every single year. So this is like the trail guide is something new that we're going to do this year, and that's our estimated cost. Our passport, we usually do that every other year and just print enough for 2 years. Sometimes we run out and do it every year. We did not choose to do it in 2020 because our main distribution point is our welcome center. And obviously they weren't getting out material this year. I have reached out to tourism, and they hope to have them open again by early summer, late spring. But of course, as things loosen, hopefully we'll see those coming back online. Our motorcycle guide, we just reprinted in 2020. It'll be used we did about mid-year 2020, it'll be used for 21. Our visitors guide, we do annually. The new one will come out late March, early April. We're only doing 75,000 copies this year. We usually do 130,000 for the same reason with the welcome centers. Plus, we're bringing it out a little later. But if we have a gangbuster year and we run out, we'll reprint because that's a good problem to have. And I will say the welcome center is I have found that people research online, but once they get to a destination, they do like to pick up. They like that paper in their hand. So I feel like that's something that Well, I think everybody does it. So the welcome centers go
Just
through
not
about
you.
half of our materials that our fulfillment pieces, they go through it. I mean, we send out a bi-weekly order form and they order and we either ship or deliver depending on the location. And we also do regional racks for distribution. So we have racks that we own that are through the region. And then we also contract racks through 5 Star to
And
get
they
the information
distribute
out.
for us.
Yeah,
So
we
that's another
distribute for them
shared
as well.
cost that they distribute our visitors, not that we print.
It helps on postage because it's ridiculous.
It helps on postage, big time.
This one just kind of shows you some of the cooperative efforts we've done over the last couple of years. We did a very big rafting co-op in 2019. 3 of the adventure companies approached us about going in with them as a 4 partner to get a $100,000 campaign through the state. So $50,000 was provided by the state as a match, and then each of us as partners put in 12.5. We partnered together, and Visit Southern West Virginia put in 10, and they put in 2,500, but we were a full partner. They did use the New Riverboard CBV's logo because it made more sense as the throughout the advertising campaign. I think there's some samples of that in there. We did the travel guide, the Blue Ridge Outdoors, Adventures Outdoors magazine, as I mentioned before, the motorcycle ride map, West Virginia Living. We also did the Hawk's Nest of Babcock and the other things that I've already mentioned, but that just gives you an idea of the things that we try to cost share, with sometimes us taking the lion's share, like with the travel guide and the rafting co-op and everything to make both of our budgets go further. I will say the rafting campaign did get about 57,000 clicks through the website, and I think they came up with 19 million impressions. So
Do you do anything for like hunting and fishing?
we've done some fishing. We haven't done a whole lot of hunting. Not that we're adverse to it. We do have some members. We have I think they're both in Monroe County right now that have hunting lodges that we promote, but we haven't actually done a specific hunting campaign. We have done a lot of fishing, blogs and media and social media posts.
But they are hosting that SIAPA this
Yes.
year, which is an outdoor writers, it's an outdoor press association, I believe.
It's a Southeastern Outdoor Press
And they're mainly
Association.
focused on hunting
Yeah.
and fishing, and they're going to be coming here this year.
They're supposed to be here
All travel
in
writers.
September, October, this fall. They were supposed to be here last fall, so they'll be coming back this fall. So we're partnering to bring them here. And then we also have I have it written down here somewhere in one of these slides, but it's another freelance travel South. Oh, I can't think. I'll find it. It's another conference and they're also coming. They're also outdoor and they're travel writers. And their plan is to be here in May. So, and they'll be staying in Fayette County, and they'll go to Fayette, Raleigh, Nicholas, and Greenbrier, I think, is partners that were put together for that.
What involvement do we have in deciding where they go, what they see?
We help put together the itineraries based on their interests. So the people who did the pitch, Adventures on the Board did the pitch for the one, and Glade Springs did the RFP for the other. So what they do is they get with the organization, they find out, what their interests are, and that's how we put together itineraries and things. And there's a lot of different interests, I will say. It's a lot of hunting, fishing, some history, some outdoor adventure. The parks we're going to do, one of them has I think it's the one in the spring, has a 2-day additional trip where they can stay or come early and do just tour the national park from all the whole thing. So we help plan those itineraries.
And those are things that we work with the state too. So we try to spread people, like when you have a pre and a post fam, if you have a travel writer conference coming, you try to plan pre and post fam so that if people are coming from DC, you can share the love throughout the state, or coming from the South, you can share the love throughout the whole state. So that's why you try to plan those, we call them pre fams, post fams, so that they get to know the state.
My brain just went. But anyway, but that's something that they were both supposed to be here in 2020, and they both rescheduled for 2021. I think we'll also be able to put together like a reception for the one group where we hopefully to have them all in one place, and we'll have to be able to invite vendors and everything if the climate has changed as far as COVID.
Which conferences gonna be sponsored by whom, which is Great Springs and which is
It-
ATG.
So the SIAPA is Great Springs, which is the southeastern. And the other one is SATW. I know the initials of this. It's Travel Writers Freelance Association. I can't remember what the Southeast Association. I think it is the Southeast Association of Travel Writers Freelance Council. So they're the ones that are of interest of the board to bringing in May. I think next we just have these are just examples. So here is one of the things we did when the pandemic hit, and we started getting, a little negative feedback about advertising for people to come here. So we wanted to keep our brand front of mind, the awareness, but we, but we wanted people to be open to what we were saying, our locals and our visitors. So this was something we put together. It's not very long. Me.
Oh, it's muted, yeah.
So who was that designed to target?
It was actually on the people who already are searching for West Virginia, who were already our followers, were already on our website looking, because even though people weren't traveling, they were still researching travel. So we wanted to put that message out there because, for one, people were very turned off by aggressive advertising during the pandemic. And two, our locals were also very turned off by us really pushing out for people to come. We got a lot of very positive feedback on this. We did spend, a good bit of money to put it out there. And they had when I say 81,914 views, that means they viewed the whole thing. They had 333 shares, comments, reactions. We had, like I said, a lot of positive reaction to it. And we also did digital ads, as you see up in the corner, kind of giving off the same message. Because so they could still order the guide. We still wanted them to order the guide for future travel. So that's kind of what we were promoting. And it worked very well. We had a lot of requests. We had a lot of reaction. We didn't, I had a lot of, there's a tourism page that I belong to, and people were talking about all the negativity they were getting back from other, CBBs and stuff. And we didn't get that. We had a lot of positive reaction. So it was just a time to pivot. And then as things, and we also, as this was going on, we also kept a list of everything that was opening, everything that was closing, the hotels, the cabins, for a while there, the cabins were closed completely. Then they were only open to West Virginia residents. And we had calls constantly from tourists who were looking to, get away from where they were. And from some of our members who were very confused on the guidelines because a lot of them were, it was very confusing at first. So, we've made that. We did the same thing with our restaurants. We made a list of all the restaurants that were open, what they were doing, if they were doing pickup or curbside or however they were doing it. And as that changed, we updated it. And we still have the guidelines front and center on our website. And we're updating them as they change. And we will have that. We're not going to put the guidelines in our new visitors guide, but there will be a place where there's a QR code that they can click to see the current guidelines. Because we feel like this is, well, I shouldn't say we feel like, there is a Longwoods International that every 2 weeks they come out with a tourism trend study, and it kind of tells you what people are looking for and where their comfort levels are. Obviously, we're seeing this huge jump right now, like 81% of the people say right now that they're wanting to travel in the next 6 months because of the vaccine. They're starting to feel more comfortable because people are getting vaccinated. Also, they are looking for travelable markets, outdoors, small towns, small crowds. I mean, it truly just explains who we are. So we just want to be ready to jump on that as we continue to ramp up our marketing plan for 21. We have been watching the travel sentiment as well, you know, what they're comfortable with seeing. So we're very fortunate to have that data that Long List has been given to the state, and they actually publish it on their website. You can sign up and get. This is just another example. This was a Madden experience. One of the better co-op ads I think that we did. We paid $1,190 for this. It was a $12,000 ad. Right now the co-ops are 80/20. I'm sure that will not last forever, but you know, during the pandemic, the tourism office really helped out by stepping up and offsetting some of the marketing costs. This was a things to do, places to eat, places to stay, and then it turned into a video. And we don't have it on here, but it was an outdoor video because this was obviously July and August. And you can see was rafting and things of that. And I can send you that. I just don't have it playing on here. So we wanted to show you the ad. Again, $1,190 got us 1,735 impressions with 16,000 click-throughs. So that's a really good click-through rate, and it's above the industry standard. They said that one performed better than most of the co-ops that they were doing. This was another thing we did early on in the pandemic. All the research was showing that people were still looking and daydreaming, I guess, about travel and researching what they wanted to do. So we did what we called our golden ticket campaign. We sent out basically a golden ticket. When you went to our website and you requested a guide through the golden ticket campaign, we sent you out a visitor's guide that either had, and we put letters with all of them, it either had a sticker and stuff that if you didn't win. We sent, I think we did 30 or 35 where they won a gift, whether we gave them, you know, it was all handmade, you know, whether it was pottery or a agricultural thing, you know, syrup. We did a lot of coffee. We did a lot of different things as gifts. And then 5 people won trips that they can take in 2021. That was really, again, you can see we had 2,700 guide requests off that, spent less than $2,600 or around $2,600. And one thing that was really interesting about this is you would think that campaign would have just generated guide requests for people wanting a free trip. But there was also, we got a ton of regular guide requests. They didn't sign up for the giveaway, but they still requested the information. And we did purchase those giveaways. That was another way for us to, including the trips, that was just another way for us to support local businesses during the pandemic. So we purchased the lodging and the activities that they chose to do when they got when they won. So here is this is combined our Facebook followers, Instagram followers, our email newsletters that we do. We do ours monthly. We both do them monthly. And this is owned media. So basically, this is my media that we create. You can see examples of both Becky's and mine, the River Gorge and Southern West Virginia's. That's an example of our newsletter. We have a very good open rate on our newsletter, again, above the industry standard. So we have a lot of interaction there. And, you know, obviously imagery is so important with social media. But all of them have a call to action to either, you know, go to our website, order a brochure, or if we're doing it for a member, if we do try to do some of our members, it'll go to their website. And then, what do we have next? Skip a page. Okay, blogs. This is an example of what we do on our website, but we also use this content through our social as well. We have done, I think I looked and we did 22 blog posts in 19, 23 in 2020. We've done 3 so far in 21. That's 47 blogs. Of those, 36 of the blogs mentions the Fayette County business, adventure, or attraction. Several of these blogs were about guidelines and things like that that didn't mention any specific county. They were just in general to our state and where we were standing in 2020. Again, that's more owned media. It's the media we create. Then we have the earned media. These are articles that were written about Southern West Virginia, like I said, the Smoky Mountain. And a lot of these we did advertise in because we knew that they had interviewed us or whatever. So we knew that we were going to be featured. This was just our 2020 results. I think you have a copy of our annual report that has our 19 in it. You can see that our web sessions, and in 2020, they were actually up from 19. I think, like I said, people were researching travel even though they weren't traveling. You got the clicks to the partner links, and those are only clicks to the partner links that are in Fayette County. Those are not our entire website. Most of that traffic, well, not most of 138,000 comes through organic search, which just means our website does really well in search engines. We have the search impressions, the requests for information, and those are just requests through our website. It's not our total request, it's just our request for information through our website. Our top performing content, what people are mainly looking for on our website is cabins. For in 2020, it was fall adventures, and I think, so this can change every year, but I think in 2020 it's fall adventures because people were, I think, a little bit more comfortable traveling by fall. Then Cathedral Falls, people love waterfalls. But we have a blog post of the Cathedral Falls that does really well. Motorcycle is always really big for us. And what was really up this year was wedding planner.
Well, this is, so is that we're in order, 1, 2, yeah, we're in order.
Yeah, and those are not, when I say top performing, above those is our homepage, our brochure request, like the golden ticket we did. Those pages actually do come in higher, but that's good because that means they're actually going straight to the fulfillment. But these are what they're searching for when they're on our site. Yeah.
One of the things that strikes me, I've driven across the country several times and back, and that's one of the things that concern me so much about having the signs is that, if somebody knows they can take a small diversion and get to drive through a national park while they're making a trip, and they know where to go. And we have a couple of routes like that. The whole Route 60 with the waterfalls and everything. We have, just coming through on 19 even between the interstates. So, that's something that I think where we could capture people who are on road trips who wouldn't otherwise come, but they knew where to go. They knew where to.
Yeah, and we have
driving through because a lot of people don't want to stay because of COVID still.
I agree. And we have a road trip section on our website. And our motorcycle guide, even though it's a motorcycle guide, we have a lot of people ask for it to use just for scenic drives. So that is something. And this year, when you open, we're going to have a spread in our guide that has a big map in it that shows the mileage from the major cities for road trips. So that's something, because we know that's what people are going to be looking for. I mean, we know just by the travel trends that's where our money is this year, is the people who are driving, and we're such a travelable market. So we plan on fully capitalizing on that. And like I said, but this year we were really big on weddings, really big with that. I mean, it was up literally almost 5,000%. People looking for wedding information on our website.
I have a section, scenic travel, scenic road trips on the recreational site.
Working on it.
You mentioned, and I think you gave us a pamphlet with the motorcycle. And I should have looked at it better. But does it give the miles?
It does. I have one.
Now, do you have that? Is that been GPS?
It actually.
And the reason I ask that is because the Atlas Geographic is working on the Apple recreational map can take the.
So when they scan that, it automatically goes into their phone it goes to their map, their Google Maps or their whatever map they use. So this automatically, when you scan this, it does tell you the miles, but it scans and takes you to the.
When you scan it, can you email it to me? So I can email it to.
We don't have to wait for this.
I can do that.
It's wanting to scan it.
Oh, while she's doing that, okay, so Fayette County has a section in this, so West Virginia.
It's a separate section. Every county has their own separate section.
Who makes the decision on what the front page is on that section, or that first couple of pages on the section?
We do. We just kind of, we use whatever, we try to get new photography every year. The tourism office has also, will let us request some of their, imaging. I know that Becky has imagery. So we all work together because obviously photos are expensive. But we do try to change it up. But we always do try to stay with our iconic places because it's what we're known for and it's what people are looking for. So we do use a lot of the imagery over and over again. And it's not that because we just like that place best, but it's what the audience reacts to best. So we do a lot of testing. We'll put out some ads, and if one's not, working, we can change the photo, and a lot of times that's all it is. So we have to use, we want something that's going to draw their attention.
Any of your ads that you put out, if the commission decides to do the recreational site and continue the recreational map that we approved before, can any of them ads, can you website?
Like that
Fayette
recreational
County,
site?
Yeah, Fayette County recreational, so they could go to the map and look at everything that's here in Fayette County.
It could be listed on Visit Southern West Virginia's website, and it could be listed on my website.
Yeah.
And any ads that you do that pertain to Fayette,
What-
anything about Fayette County.
What we would probably do is if we did an ad, it would take you to the website and we could link it from there. Unless we did a specific cooperative, unless, like I said, we have done cooperative advertising. So we could maybe do like a cooperative advertising, something to where we did that niche market. But typically we send them to our website and then go from there.
Or like a blog mention and link them to yours, or.
Well, but it doesn't have to just be one or the other. We can do multiple ones. If we're promoting trails, we're promoting the outdoors, we do a blog post or we do a landing page for an ad, then that information is there. And all of our information is not only just, a lot of people use the PDFs. So everything that we do print, we do put online as a PDF. So people can, view it online, they can print it. Obviously, they're probably not going to print our guide, it's too many pages. The motorcycle brochure, the wedding brochure, the passport, all those can be also viewed online.
The map I'm trying to do is if they pushed on any place that they want to go in Fayette County, if they're even in Fayette County, it would give them directions and take them there. So, I mean, if it could be done, that's what we're going to try to do. We meet sometime in March. But I was just curious.
And like I said, and I think we've talked about that before too, with the trails, people are interested in that right now. That's a big deal. And we're seeing a lot of trail expansions, and not just hiking trails, but walking trails and history trails and water trails. So, I mean, any good information we have, that's our goal, is to put the great information in people's hands, because we're only as good as the information we have. So if you have a really good piece, we would definitely use it, because that's what we do. Like, that's our mission, is to promote our area and put the information visitors need in their hand for them to have a good experience, because we don't want them to leave with a bad experience. And we're going to wrap this up, I promise you. Okay, so this was numbers this was just another copy of an ad that we did. This was when they won a bunch of awards with the Blue Ridge Outdoors. Was it Blue Ridge Outdoors?
That was
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a full page, so it has all of our logos shared in our website. So that the advertising.
Yeah, and all the people that were voted best of the outdoors. We actually did some free ads too for people to vote. I think there's some of the examples in there. But this, the state actually does funds a study each year that tells you how much money is spent in the state on tourism and in the counties. They did not. We usually get it at governor's conference every year. So late 2019, we got these numbers. They did not put out the numbers in 2020. I'd say it was a combination of the timing and the pandemic, and along with, like I said, is doing a lot of other things. And I think these are generating numbers, but they will. Again, I think that we will see an update on this probably within the next year.
Do we have about 10% of that share?
Yes, so that's the 9 counties, the total, and then that's Fayette County on top. So the Fayette County is on top, the total is in the bottom. So we do have 3 or 4 heavier counties, obviously Raleigh, Fayette, Nicholas, Greenbrier, that we do consider in our 9 counties. And we have some smaller counties, like Monroe and Wyoming and Dow, that are smaller on that scale. And then this is just saying, this is our focus for 21 is gonna be safe outdoor drivable attractions. We're gonna work in tandem with New River Gorge CBD with our messaging and do cooperative advertising. And of course, we're gonna continue marketing and travel sentiment research, and we'll pivot the messages as needed.
And you asked us about our 2021 budget last time. So both of us, we already have our 2021 budget set, and we've committed to some stuff in 2021 and even 2022 with the co-ops, West Virginia State co-ops, which we mentioned. They're the 80-20 right now, and it could change in the future. But right now, these are the things that we have committed to. New River Gorge CBB, I tried to figure out the total, but it's about $5,000 that New River Gorge CBB will pay for $90,000 in advertising spend.
Yeah, and those are just the things we've already committed to, a list of those. The fulfillment pieces that I know for sure we're gonna do, the visitors guides and the trail brochures, and the passport and the new coin, we do a new coin every year, will depend on if the welcome centers open back up. It's not off our radar, it's not out of our budget, it's just, we're not gonna do it if it's not gonna be beneficial. Those two ad samples there are ads that are running right now. And that's it. We just want to thank you for your time and for what you guys have done over all these years. So we just
Thank
want
you
to let
for
you
the
know.
partnership. The 50-50 match is extremely beneficial to Fayette County. It's extremely beneficial to New River Gorge CBB. So we appreciate you and all of your time.
Okay, one more question, then I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
With the fiscal year, January to December. Okay, so the ads for, basically you've already got your budget, you've already know what you're gonna do for this year. Now, if the county wanted to work with on an ad, when would that ad have to be in, and when would it be discussed in order to start next year?
Well, now when I say our budget is done, what you see there is what we have committed to so far. We have decided to do this on a quarterly basis because of travel sentiment and the change in travel sentiment. So there is no reason we couldn't. And we always have a little pocket of money in our budget called miscellaneous for really good opportunities that come open to us.
Okay.
So we never handcuff ourselves to this is what we're going to do and this can't change. So that you don't really have to plan on next year. If there's a good opportunity that comes up in 21, we're open to it.
Well, I appreciate the more detailed information. And that's all.
So I'm glad we were able to answer your questions this time.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
guys did well. Thank you very much. I feel that anytime that you can get $18 for every dollar that you spend, that's a pretty good trade. Yeah, it is. I'll trade with you anytime like that.
One thing that concerns me a little bit that I'd like to understand more about is which specific, because it looks like we're doing some general targeting, but are we targeting specific audiences, big areas? Because some of it, like, the music on the video, like that, I could see that appealing to somebody who wants to amble through the mountains and, do a drive or something. But if you're an extreme adventurer, it's going to be like,
Well, actually, and that was one of many videos. We actually did do there was so much, it's like too much information, but I'd be happy to send it to you. We did have very outdoor specific, we actually did campaigns this year. It was streaming TV through the state, so it was another 80-20 opportunity. The majority that we did was outdoor family or adventure. We did do a couple Golden Explorer, but mainly in fall for fall callers. And
You get very specific to age, type, region,
market.
yeah. So all those that we did for outdoor adventures was not that music. That was just like I said, that was just kind of an idea of where we changed. And that was kind of the sentiment at the time. It's like, okay, everybody calm down, and you were going to be nice and easy, because we weren't really pushing those people to come and rap at that moment, because that was in April, May. That's when that ran. So, but we have a lot of videos, and we have a lot of short videos that we do with our social media advertising, and then we also use them for the streaming video that we do every day.
Do you have statistics though, and examples of, all the people like you mentioned TripAdvisor and a couple others, but all the people that were listed, and also who you're targeting and with what ads?
Sure.
have that kind of
Yeah.
information?
Yeah, we do. I don't have it on me, but yes, I can get it from you.
Okay,
Or
that,
even
that
see-
interests me. I'd like to see, kind of what we're doing, because that's my whole point in, asking for this and to try to, weigh a decision on what we're investing and where is, and I know Becky knows because I had lunch with her, but is to figure out, okay, are we targeting the right people for our needs, our market county with that money? I mean, are we getting what we need out of it? And I realize that, we buy in and we get all this other stuff, but I just want to see like what kind of markets we're targeting with the board and with the national park and the different things we have to do.
Well, when
here.
we do like a lot of smaller targeting, like if we have something running on mountain biking, we're gonna target people to have, it's amazing what you can do. I mean, we can say we want them to make this much money a year, have 2.1 kids and live in this area and own a bike. I mean, it's amazing what you can do with that. So when we do a specific ad, we don't throw it out there to the masses. We don't say, oh, this is just for anybody that happens to see it that likes it. Motorcycle touring is people who have motorcycles. Rafting is people who want the outdoors. And those messages are served to those people. It's not served to them. And now, like, obviously, if I do a post on our Facebook, it's everybody's on our Facebook. But I'm not paying for that. I mean, specifically. Even if we do a Facebook that we target, it targets a certain market. It targets the demographic that we're looking at for that ad. So we're not the same person who's the outdoor explorer for the leaf peeper is not going to see the ad that we sent to for golly season at that time of year.
What are we going to do? What are we doing to recruit new people to our market? Are we targeting universities or anything? Kids like to take summer trips and.
We've done some of that. We've done some, part of some of the group tour that we do. Some of those people do university trips. It's a different market, but if you look at our like analytics, we do have age groups it's pretty even across the board. So you have your demographics, if you're 18 to 25 or whatever, and then you're to 35, and then so forth. And ours, the percentage wise, is pretty even. So, again, the outdoor, we don't do specific, like this is university. I did when I worked at an adventure company. We did a lot of those that were specifically to universities trying to get these groups to come down. For us, it's more in general. But we definitely serve those people who are looking for those, like the outdoor clubs and stuff that they have at these universities. They would be served the rafting ads, the climbing ads, the video that shows all the extreme outdoors.
I think this year is going to be our year to really go outside of what we're typically doing with the national park and preserve. Because I know we'll be doing it in our guide, she'll be doing it in her guide, we'll be on the website. We're getting all this awareness now, so I think things are going to change. It's just going to take us and our team to watch the analytics and change things as needed. But we definitely can go. I mean, DC's always been a top market, or then going and looking out west. Because I've started noticing on my Facebook feed, I'm getting a lot of national park stuff. Like I got Bryce Canyon stuff today. So the more you talk about it, the more you look it up,
The more it serves
to
you.
show up. Yeah, so that's brother.
But yeah, and because we do have, we are able to see our analytics and so we also sign up to go through the mapping and returning of the state analytics, the people visiting. We kind of see what they're looking for, and we can target those people up to what they're looking for. So if they're looking for a cabin in the woods, we're not going to serve them a hotel, or vice versa. So that information really keeps us from wasting a lot of money. Back in the old days when I always use the analogy that we just threw spaghetti at the wrong hook of stick. We don't have to do that anymore. And even if we put an ad out there that we think would do well and it's not performing, that's the beauty of digital. You can take it down and redo it.
Yeah, change the whole message.
Change the whole message, change the targeting.
Just like that. Yeah.
So that has made marketing budgets, I think, really go a lot further than they used to.
Absolutely.
Okay, I thank you both for coming in.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Well, I have
Oh,
another
you had another
question.
question? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You gave us the breakout of the board, and I noticed that it's for the all 16. Who does the appointments, especially like for the county representatives? Who makes those decisions?
You are?
County representative, you guys know.
So did we make that decision already for?
Yes, you are.
Advertise, for example?
Oh, no, Twitter. That's the, about the mayor Twitter.
No, I was talking about Abby Newell, who's terminated.
Oh, no, I'm
December
sorry, I changed
31st.
that because she's been on our board since she worked for Ace, so
Mhm.
now she's just a county representative.
I'm just looking at, I know we expressed concern about having some representation, but this is almost exclusively Plateau with one Smithers, nobody from New Haven up there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's something that, you know,
We've
needs to
got a
be
few
looked at.
Ansons, there's a couple of Ansons,
Yeah.
and then Smithers, and that was appointed by you all. And then, I have both chamber and CDD board members.
Mhm.
So the CDD board is Fayette, Kill, Anson.
All Plateau.
Yeah.
We have one Valley, nobody from up in Meadow Bridge or Amy's represented here, no Mount Hope or anything. I mean, I just feel like, you know, we can talk offline about this, but I just feel like we need to
Yeah, that's the reason
reconsider.
Yeah,
This
those
needs to be
are annual.
We're fairly distributed,
Yeah.
group of people because we are trying to expand and maximize on what we have in these other areas to get people there. And, the people who know what's there, the ones that.
Yeah, in terms of when they go up at the end of the year, we usually, the board members will discuss and try to nominate somebody.
Mhm.
And then we present that to the full CBD partnership at the end of the year, and then we get a vote on the new board members for the next year. Pending terms.
It looks like you have 4 that are gonna be up this year.
Mhm.
Okay.
We can take a look at that. And it would have to be somebody that would be willing to attend meetings and that wants to be a part of the CBD.
And one more thing, this recreation match I'm talking about, would you attend the first meeting that I have?
Yeah,
Okay.
just send it to me. I do want to give you a little fun fact. 1 year ago today, exactly. Becky and I, oh yeah, that's how I remember. Becky and I were at Tamarack, testifying for the New York Board's National Park hearing. Designated park. I said it's a good thing when things happen on your birthday, you remember when it was.
So now we're sharing her birthday today.
Okay, I feel that, supporting this organization is a good move for the county. But I'm only one person. So at this time, we'll make a decision. Tom, it was,
I don't think we will make a decision today.
No, I'd like to wait on the decision too, mainly because I feel like we need to take a look at what's in the budget and what room we have for the various things we have going on to make a fully informed decision on that.
We got time, we're not so.
so make a motion to take.
I move to table this
Yes,
item
I
until
second.
we can
Okay.
get through budget time and figure out what we've got and where and how we can hopefully fund, you know, these priority initiatives that we want to fund.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks for
ladies.
taking the time to put this together for us. Really
Oh,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Okay, Matt Ford.
We'll send it in.
Does anybody have a problem with me?
No. I
Matt,
do like making fun of you.
He's got a call.
I know.
okay, Matt's not on? He's what? Oh, okay. Matt, we're sorry we're 34
Oh, no problem.
minutes behind.
Good.
Andy, if you're on, we're running behind a little bit, sorry. Okay, all right, good. Okay.
Do I need to move that to not block the camera?
No, that's actually, you're fine.
Oh, yeah.
I still haven't shared with the people yet.
Working lunch, huh?
All right, Matt's here for a discussion and decision. Greenbrier Environmental regarding a proposal to advertise to hire a disaster program consultant for the Meadow River Rail Trail. Easy for me to say. Matt, welcome.
Thanks for allowing me to be here. Again, my name's Matt Ford. I thought I'd start with just a brief overview of the project and where we're at now, and that'll lend into where we are in the request for a disaster consultant. I've been on the job for Fayette County for almost a year. I've spent the last year, maybe a little longer, on behalf of Fayette and Greenbrier, trying to figure out all the finances, all the project management decisions that have been made, and get a good handle on where the project's at.
Honestly, there for a little bit, the more I learned, the more concerned I was. And then Greenbrier County had a disaster consultant for the payroll. So we brought him in and worked towards getting some of the issues related to FEMA addressed. And we're at the point now where Fayette is separate from Greenbrier County. And Fayette County has a larger task ahead of them, so it's time to come in and talk about it and so on. But I put this map together. The whole trail starts just outside Garnell and then goes downriver to past Nowlan. There's a railroad spur up here is where the tracks are currently moved. It's 23 miles. A portion of this was done before the June 2016 floods. This Russellville Bridge was complete. I've seen pictures of various people on that bridge doing ribbon cutting. It wasn't long after the floods happened, and then now half of that bridge sits in the Meadow River, and the other half is still on the supports. But that's Fayette County's primary FEMA project. They got money to replace this bridge and do work on these yellow dots. So each one of these yellow dots is usually a culvert that was washed out, and FEMA has allocated an worksheet to pay to replace those culverts. So the bridge and these culverts is one FEMA project. It's all on one worksheet. Continuing upriver, so all this is in Fayette County. You switch over at Russellville Bridge in Greenbrier County. These red dots are Greenbrier County FEMA locations, and it goes all the way to another bridge that crosses the Meadow River. So what I figured out early on with DOH and others is they didn't realize they thought this was the only county boundary. But when you go upriver, there's another county boundary. So it switches over into Fayette County again, all the way until you get 28 miles from Reno. So when I first took over, the Greenbrier County FEMA work, these red dots, and the Fayette County work and some work that the DOH was planning with the transportation alternative recreational trail funding was all mixed together. And that was problematic because we found that the contracts weren't done to meet FEMA requirements. So we're working through that. Greenbrier County has requested their money back. It was a little over $60,000 for these repairs. But this is color coded. So Greenbrier County will take care of their replacements at the red dots. This line is recreational trail funded work that the DOH will manage. This line is recreational trail work the DOH manages in Fayette County. And then the yellow and the red line is the planned section for the $1.85 million that Greenbrier County was awarded. So I've got the official announcement yet, but that's the word we're getting that for this section. And as you can see, the yellow line versus the red, most of it's in Fayette County. So most of that money will go to the Fayette County construction work. Where we're at now with the bridge, DOH is waiting on a check for approximately $288,000 before they'll bid out the construction work. Not here today to ask for $288,000, but we have to make sure that the work that's done on the bridge and at these locations meets the Stafford Act requirements, so that Fayette County gets reimbursed for the approximately $800,000 that's already given, and then the additional. One issue with, I mentioned this was all in one worksheet. When DOH was given the worksheet, they did not include these yellow dots in the work that they've done today. So they've only focused on the bridge. So that's leaving Fayette County to have to manage the repairs on these yellow dots. So that's what I'll have. We've made a request, thanks to Senator Baldwin, to the governor's office for the $288,000 plus money for match on the AML grant, funds to cover the disaster
consultant that we're talking about today, and construction funding for these dots, because you have to pay before you get reimbursed, because FEMA won't pay until they're done. So that's the biggest issue between DOH and FEMA is DOH wants all the money up front, and FEMA won't pay the balance until you're done. So we're stuck having to float this money into the construction fund.
Plus, they need to have an inspection done by FEMA, and you're usually out 4 to 6 years waiting on your money from FEMA right now.
So my expertise is not FEMA or Sanford Act funding. I'm a project manager. Environmental consulting is the business that I run. So to make sure that we don't have an issue, I've recommended bringing in a disaster consultant. Bill Hines is who Greenbrier County uses. Because of the size of the Fayette County project, you need to advertise for a consultant. My recommendation is to advertise for that consultant and see if you get the money from the governor's office or from another source. Because if you don't get that money, then this project isn't going to happen. And we're at a bad time right now with the FEMA funding, because it's been several years since the flood happened, and we need to do an extension request, and we're down to likely the last extension request we can make. So we're waiting on this to get set up so that we can go to FEMA with a construction schedule. But right now, until we can say when we can bid it, we don't know when the construction is going to be done. DOH is hoping to get the money. They would like to have the money in hand by April or May, so they can bid in June or July and start construction this fall. Due to the environmental requirements, they can't start clearing and grading until October. And to help facilitate things, Greenbrier County is actually approving to get someone to go in and clear and grout each of these red dots so that they can move forward and get the trail done. But the overall goal, in between the FEMA funding, the recreational trail money, and then the AML funds, within the next 2 to 3 years, being able to get all the way from Randall to Allen.
Hey, Amy, is Kevin Walker on?
He is not.
Okay.
Can we try to get him?
No. What about Adam Hodges? He is?
He was. Hang on. I thought it was on.
Well, they're figuring this out, see who's getting there. That trail, and I've got Greenbrier County map, and I've got Summers County map. I've got all the maps from all the surrounding counties. And is that trail live going into Meta Bridge? When it circles back around, I wish I had my map here. I copied this off too. There's a rail bed that goes back into Meta Bridge. Do you know if it's live or not?
Pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why, so this, from here to about here, was the original 16.7 mile purchase that Greenbrier and Fayette County made over a decade ago. And then CSX didn't abandon this section until 2017, somewhere around there. So that's why it's broken apart. There was talk of a coal mine opening up, and they wanted to keep that rail spur open. So they eventually let that.
The project that I'm working on runs, and I think I've talked to the commission before, but I'm working on something. It runs from Mammoth to Smith Creek to Denali Bridge and all the way back to Maryland. Is what I'm working on. And I was going to present it the 25th and talk to Jenna the 25th. Can you be on Zoom the 25th?
Yeah, I should be.
So we maybe talk about a connection.
Yeah.
To this, because that's what I was going to talk about.
Yeah, and that's something we've talked about. I'm on the board of the Mountain State Trail Alliance, and that's one of the efforts is making sure that we're, tying these together. So it's not isolated projects. So that, the last presentation, you want to be able to market this as a destination and be able to go from one place to another. But if you haven't been to this section, I encourage it. We're actually planning on having a tour soon, as soon as the weather breaks. Because I've had a lot of people contact me wanting to see it. I know Senator Woodrum hasn't been here, and he's interested in continuing to develop this. And I had a call with Chelsea Ruby on Friday, and I wasn't familiar with the project until she reviewed the AML grant application. And she said it was a great project and something the tourism office definitely wants to help with. So she had already seen the letter from Senator Baldwin and asked for a complete list of needs. So I made sure it included everything we'd asked for with Senator Baldwin.
Who is Chelsea Ruby?
She's the, I don't know what her official title is, but she's in charge of the tourism office.
Okay.
I guess she'll be the cabinet secretary when this switch over.
Yeah.
Kevin's on now.
Hey, Kevin,
Good morning.
are you, can you cover that one part down to the bridge again from up at the top? Please, Matt. Yeah, from there down to the bridge, those little dots, and bring Kevin up to speed on that.
Sure. So Kevin, what I was talking to the commissioners about was how there are the FEMA locations for culvert repairs were on the same worksheet as the FEMA repair.
Hey, Matt, before you go any further, can you go towards the podium just a little bit? Because you're really muffled.
The gray speaker.
Yeah, it's not the best. But
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. I can hear you a lot
All
better.
right.
Thank you.
Had to say that, sorry. I was telling them how the Russellville Bridge replacement and the Fayette County trail repairs, all the 9 culvert replacements, we're all on one worksheet. And we're talking about hiring a disaster consultant to help carry us through to get that construction work done, to make sure that the county's reimbursed. And I mentioned the $288,000 approximately that DOH is wanting to get before they'll put the Russellville Bridge out to bid. And then I'm also mentioned how somehow before probably any of our time, the culvert replacements were not included in DOH's scope of work for their engineering firm.
Okay.
So
So,
you're-
do you have questions for me or?
Well, I have questions. I always, just in case anybody listening wonders, anytime we get a request to fund a position or to create a position, I want more detail about it before I'm asked to make a decision on it. This, I don't see what it's gonna cost us, where the funding would come from, who that person will report to. I mean, I just see what the job is. So can you give me some information on that?
Well, the cost will vary based on the consultant. It's based on qualifications and not necessarily cost when you advertise for a disaster consultant for the Stafford Act funds. Who will pay for it? Ultimately, it will be FEMA. I did talk to the disaster consultant, Bill Hines, that Greenbrier County is using, and he would be expected to be paid along the way. He wouldn't wait until Fayette County was reimbursed before he submitted his invoice and expected to be paid on it. So another consultant may choose to do that. I don't know. It depends on who responds to the legal ad that's put out. But as far as who they report to, the way it's worked in Greenbrier County, it would be up to the Fayette County Commission how you would want to structure it. But he reports to me, and then I send reports regularly to the Greenbrier County Commission. And that way I can monitor what he does and make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and therefore by duplicating costs for the county.
Okay, now I understand how consultants work, but how many hours do you anticipate? I mean, what's the scope of this?
I really don't know how many hours we're talking. Only because it's been a tremendous number of hours to get to the point to where we are now. And because they were all grouped together, Greenbrier County's covered that cost to date. I have to go back and look at his invoice that he submitted to Greenbrier County to help us sort through Fayette County and Greenbrier County's issues so far, but I'm not sure how many hours we'd be talking. It would be all the way up to, it'd start with developing and making sure that the scope of work and the contract that the DOH sends out is Stafford Act compliant. There are required legal clauses that are not currently included in the agreements with DOH, and all the way through to make sure that the way funds are accounted for, and then doing that final inspection that Commissioner Brennan mentioned to make sure that we're getting our money back.
And what about the, just give us a ballpark figure of what he's charging Greenbrier County.
Well, his ballpark for Fayette County was around 20,000 is what he anticipated.
To complete the whole project.
They do the whole thing. Yeah. His concern was if it was a little more, then we'd run into that $25,000 limit. So not really knowing what the budget would be. And it really depends on how smoothly the project goes. I mean, Kevin, if he's still on the line, can vouch. Getting updates has been difficult. Getting consistent information has been difficult. And that has changed since Senator Baldwin got involved. I don't think the project was a priority at the state level. I think a lot of people didn't really know much about it. But now, since Senator Baldwin got involved, and there's a gentleman named Timothy Sadowski with DOH that's been involved, and he has pushed this. We're having regular meetings now. It's just working through decisions that were made a decade ago. I mean, at surface, it made complete sense to hand over the FEMA money to DOH because they were managing all the construction for the other funding. But their program and Effort Act funding, there's various requirements, and they don't always job together just by complying with DOH requirements.
Well, I can tell you, just like Greenbrier County, we're getting ready to start our budget process. And we don't know if there's funds there or not. So I don't feel that we can give you an answer today.
I agree with that. I think that for one, and I've been preaching this for a while, and I think we all agree that we want to set our strategy and our priorities for Fayette County, make sure we're spending accordingly. And when we come in with, individual, not just you, but other people come in with individual spending requests, I don't think it's prudent for us to make them on until we take a look at the big picture and look at where everything falls in. Now, I will say that the trails are a high priority for us because we just, created a committee to deal with that, and Commissioner Luis is spearheading that effort. But as far as a $20 outlay and how long we might get reimbursed, we need more information, I think, and to take a look at all the other things we have going and making sure they're adequately funded as well.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm good. And he did say 20,000 would cover Fayette County.
Right.
Okay. So I move that we table this item.
So we get a deeper look into our budget.
Yeah, until after budget. And the last one, I'll just say the last one that we said we would table on the NRG CBB, I think that should be after March also. We can only table twice. We've tabled that one once already. So,
Okay.
is that cool?
So we'll be in touch with you.
And I'll keep the commission updated as I hear back from, I know that letter from Senator Baldwin has made its rounds. Several people I've talked to have seen it and had to respond to it.
Yeah,
So
I've talked with him in detail on it.
Letter about what?
Trying to help us with funding.
Oh, I see. Okay, anything you can provide us that Greenbrier County has that would help us understand the full cost and scope and everything would be helpful.
yeah, and I can even share invoices to show you how he bills and all that.
Well, Matt, thank you very much for coming down. We
Glad
appreciate
y'all
it.
back out.
Thank you.
All right.
And let's get
Nice to meet you,
together,
by the
Matt.
way.
Let's get together sometime.
Okay. So the 25th, you're thinking one day?
25th is when I'm gonna talk to Jen about it. We'll try to get something to the other two commissioners too. That's this Thursday.
Good. Yeah, just let me know what time.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And sorry about the wait.
Oh, no problem.
There's a little bit of a wait. So we're behind a little bit, but not that bad. We made up 5 minutes there. Mr. Austin. Andy,
Hey, good afternoon, good midday.
how you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Wonderful. Andy is with New River Transit Authority. When I served on their board and Tom served on the board, Andy was their contact. Yeah, he's still our contact. So it's your contact now.
Hi, Andy.
Hey. Good to meet you, Mr.
But Andy has come to us every year with the same amount of requests. Our ridership information has done well. We also so you guys can hear. We also did a Friday night, Saturday night run at one time, and I think that was pretty successful. Local police departments didn't like it that much, but hey, it worked great for our riders. But that was one that I was really happy to see. He's got some things he wants to go over with us. Andy, sorry we were behind time, but the CVB took up a little bit of our time, and I'll turn it over to you now.
Hey, thanks. Again, thanks for asking me and Heather to join your commission meeting this morning. Just kind of briefly want to go over a few the highlights from the past year. If there was any highlights that we could take from 2020, which is pretty rough on all of us, but one positive thing, we had a perfect audit for last year and 2019 year, and that's something we're pretty proud on. You know, that we take our financials really serious and try to maximize any and all the funding that we have through proper spending. So that was a great thing for us from 2019. We was incident free, and I hate to even bring that up because it feels like I'm going to jinx myself as soon as I say that, but knock on wood, no accidents in that time frame. And I think it's just a great testament to the drivers, the training that they have, and especially with the road conditions that we have occasionally in our two counties. We have secured some funding through basically the West Virginia State Division of Public Transit to help offset our part-time employee at 100%, and then it's going to cover 10% of Heather's salary and administration fees since she administers that grant. So within the last year, that was a plus. Heather, do you have anything to add on that grant there?
No, not really.
We're currently doing a procurement to add to 4 new buses this year. And again, that is at a 80-20% rate. So it'll be 20% local that we'll have to pay, and we'll get 80% of that out of the capital grant. Heather, you want to go over with the new routes with them?
Sure. So currently we have 2 routes that goes through Fayette County. And on April the 5th, we are expanding that to where we will start, instead of 8:30, we will start at 7, and we will go through 7 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. And with those new routes, that'll cause an additional 2 runs. So a total of 4 runs from Raleigh to Fayette County, and that runs from the Crossroads Mall in Mount Hope to the Fayetteville Welcome Center.
Commissioners, any of you guys have any questions about the new routes?
I'm just curious, just to the Fayetteville, why did you choose Fayetteville Welcome Center? I'm just curious.
I couldn't hear that.
That's the furthest point, Tom.
Is that the furthest point?
Yeah, when they're coming through, they'll come through Mount Hope, Oak Hill, and then end at Fayetteville.
Okay, so you're coming through that. Okay.
Yeah, has to come through there.
Okay.
There's no, is there any plan? I don't know what the scope of this is yet, but we're only covering the plateau. Is there any plan in the future because there's really no transportation between here and the valley or here in Meadow Bridge?
No, ma'am. There's no plan at this time for that.
The Kanawha County bus is taken care of from, yeah.
They do Montgomery to Charleston.
Oh, they go on into Smithers and.
You're talking about KRT.
Yeah, KRT.
Yeah, but it doesn't connect here to
No,
there.
it
That's
doesn't
what I'm asking.
Okay, go ahead.
That was basically it's kind of the bullet points that I had, to present to you with the last year. Obviously, our ridership with the COVID was down. We have started to see an uptick in ridership as far as bouncing back with the route. We still want to do as much as possible as we can as far as social distancing. Now, that's kind of hard to do on the bus, but we did, we put up cough curtains for the drivers. We're trying to do as little amount of money handling as we can. I mean, trying to just be the safe, for our drivers and the riderships altogether. But it's hard, it's hard with all the protocols and different things. If we have multiple people on the bus, we do try to get them to spread out and ask the drivers to see that happens. And so far, we've had very little problems with it.
The drivers have masks on hand for adults and children at all times in case a passenger were to come to the bus without a mask. And they are disinfecting the buses constantly around the clock. At the end of their run, they stop, park, and disinfect. And then it's thoroughly cleaned when it returns in the evenings.
I have a random question just based on something we heard earlier. Where do you get the buses maintained?
As far as vehicle maintenance, oil changes, things like that.
Maintenance and then also repairs.
Yeah, we don't settle into one garage. Raleigh County Community Action is the operator. We contract out with those guys, and they tend to spread that around, so we're not putting everything into, for example, Laxton's or Right Way. We kind of share that around, and that's really up to the Community Action. They're the ones that do the preventive maintenance and keep track of that and oil changes and things. We contract out with those guys.
Thank you.
Well, with COVID hitting in March and just seeing the ridership down roughly 2,000 people, I think that's a win. I know that we're going to do better this year. They do I'll just speak my part. They do a good quality program. It's important because we have several seniors who don't have to purchase vehicles and gas and insurance, and they're riding the bus lines to have someone to talk to sometimes. So their information is very important. And then Andy is the contact, but the real person that takes care of everything is like Andy's assistant up there in the top, left-hand corner that we see there. She's the power force.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whenever I need something, I know I always contact you. But thank you guys. Tom, you have any questions?
No, sir, don't.
Allison?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for the report.
Okay, guys.
We have your invoice, and like telling everybody else, we're in our budget hearings now, and we'll end by the end of March like we normally do.
All right. Thank you guys for having us. Look
All
forward
right.
to seeing you.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, officially now we're only 5 minutes behind. Darn, boy, we're doing pretty good. You guys need a little break.
Yeah, I might need a break.
Allison? Okay. We'll take a little break and then you're next. We have.
I'm sorry.
You didn't get me.
While you're here, did you install all this? Okay. We got some extra things to throw at you.
They're probably on order.
Oh, are they already on order? Well, the dog ate my homework too, so it doesn't make a difference.
Maybe
Yeah, I know he is.
we have a couple that's been cut over here. So we're just waiting on the mixer. Yeah.
Yes, you are. Every time I see you, you've got him.
But I have some.
Okay, so
Did you see that bill about the payment, like counties and everybody have to accept electronic payments?
hey, what is this?
It's the second part of the quote.
That's
I think it's
computer
got all
call.
the specs, the specs for the server on it.
That's mumbo jumbo to me.
That's why Andy's here.
Andy, I want you to come up here and tell me what all this says.
Okay.
All right.
You might as well be speaking Chinese.
Yeah.
It means we can do everything we need to do.
Amy loves her new computer, by the way. The old one, it probably came over on the Apple Express.
No, it makes everything go a lot quicker. Do I need to make copies of
Yes, you do. Yeah, I thought we talked about that Wednesday.
Yeah,
She might not be in here.
she wasn't in here. I think it was just,
Yeah, we told Ruth to make sure it was done, and it wasn't done.
What are you talking about? Just on some things? You want a copy or do you want a scan copy? I know you want a copy.
Yeah,
he wants a copy.
like, get to mark it out.
He's like me. We write up everything.
In fact, don't pay attention to what you do. This stuff's gotta go in my button. Did I leave you the last set of stuff? Good gosh.
Needs to go into your bucket.
Yeah, I know. Told me to leave it here, and I left it here, and I don't know whether I took some of it home or not. And I stapled it together, so I could say, can you make sure I brought that back, that other stuff back?
If it's not there, I make you a copy.
Okay,
I
put it
didn't
in
let
there.
you know, so I-
Yeah, all right, thank you. I'll scribble it. Okay, we got 12 o'clock is here, right?
Yeah, it's the GST thing.
Gosh, we got something at 1 o'clock too. I don't know.
Yeah, it's yours. Yeah, it's yours.
Oh, yeah, well, you may not even have to do that now.
Yeah, because of what's going on with the
Yeah,
state.
and I'll mention that.
Okay. We're all back here. This is one that Allison has been working on. So we'll,
To an extent, although I didn't ask it to be put back on the agenda yet, so I kind of,
Well, we had it scheduled already, so I think we need to talk about the contract for sure.
yeah, I do. I was looking at I'm gonna have questions about the server first, but we have had meetings, that's true, we have. I just didn't realize until I saw the agenda was coming
well,
up.
the last server we bought for here was like $48,000. And when somebody said server, I said, ain't no way. Okay, now, because of our speaker situation that someone installed, you got to stand up at the podium and you need to pop that off if you don't mind to talk so people can hear you.
No problem.
Who are you and who are you with?
I'm Andrew Parker. I work with GST. We're an IT company that contracts with the courthouse to do IT support for pretty much every office.
Yes, yes. Andy is Ruth's best buddy and Amy's best buddy. All he did is pick up the phone. And he says, "Oh man, I got to come back over there again."
Also, my boss is on the Zoom call, Cannon Wadsworth.
Okay. Hello,
What's his
boss.
name?
Cannon Wadsworth.
Okay.
Cannon?
Cannon, C-A-N-N-O.
All right. So you or Allison, one or the other, can.
Go ahead and start. And then I'll jump in with my question.
I think the first item would be the yearly contract that our contracts department sent out. We've been contracting with you guys for, I think, for probably 2-3 years now. I don't. It's been a minute. So it's just, that's just time for we do it yearly because we worked in 46 different counties in some form or fashion. We do business with all 55 counties, but we're in 46 assessors' offices and about 20 or so counties where we do full courthouse support like we do here. We have a few 911 offices, a few health departments. So we're fairly familiar.
Do you have our 911 office?
Fairly familiar with county government. We, Cannon can go into more depth, but been in county government since the late 90s working with folks.
With regard to the regular maintenance and stuff, we discussed, we did authorize getting our own domain, so that's happening. What's it gonna take to go through our computers and change the logons and that sort of stuff to where we're not dealing with wv.gov infrastructure to do that?
To switch over to your own domain, first is we got to get the domain registered with the GSA agency. Once all that's done, basically just let us know and we can start spinning up the email addresses, and we'll either remotely or have someone down here to switch emails over. My recommendation is you keep both run side by side for at least 6 months to a year. That way you ensure all your contacts have your new email address.
You mean as far as the email is concerned?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would run the wv.gov email and the new domain side by side for at least 6 months to a year to make sure communication, you don't lose anything.
But are we going to lose any functionality with, anything else besides email as we switch over? Are there programs and things that we have now that
I think
www.gov is the licenses?
Yeah, potentially. I think Gabe's office uses SharePoint. I'm not aware of any other office that uses anything other than Microsoft Office, but most of the computers have individual licenses for those.
So we're talking about two things today. One is the contract just for the typical maintenance you already do, and the other is the proposal to purchase and install a server for us, and that's to handle our.
They would handle the commission, specifically the commission's users and data and whatever data they need. So you want to build out an Active Directory domain, and you'd be a little bit more enterprise level than than just individual users for PCs. A little bit more integrated.
Right. And how would it interconnect, or do you know yet, with the clerk's office? Because she has responsibility for archiving our things. So
that's something we'll just have to work with the software vendor in the county clerk's office to make sure we get set up.
Okay.
You've worked with them before, though.
Yeah, we work with Compiled Technologies a lot.
Now here we're talking about something different than when we've discussed saving our video, the videos and YouTube and all that stuff. That's different than this, right?
Yes. Yeah, our recommendation is just to get a YouTube account set up and start live streaming to YouTube, and that way it's archived automatically there. There are a couple other accounts that do that already.
And what kind of storage are you recommending we get? And are these the type of drives that you can swap out with larger drives in the future if we need to do that?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure the size of that. My coworker Matt Fryer sent that.
Yeah, that wasn't all that helpful, by the way, just a big old printout sheet, you know, it would have been nice to have it kind of lined out.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
didn't have to
it's,
search for stuff.
so there are 3 1 terabyte each hard drives that are going into the server. So they'll be, you know, depending on the configuration, 1 terabyte to potentially 3 terabytes of storage space, which should be plenty.
There's also RAID, right? So which one is gonna be for that purpose?
Depends on how they set
That
that up.
means that's backup.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
yeah. I mean, it'll be set up in a RAID configuration.
So really have like 1.5 terabyte, 1.5
Potentially,
terabyte
yeah. If you need more space, you know, we can upgrade at that point.
Well, I think we ought to address the contract and get that taken care of, but I have more questions about the hard drive that we can resolve. I mean, it's within the purchasing amount that Ruth has authorization over, and I'd like to talk to her about the money and make sure we have, because I don't know, I mean, terabyte sounds, and a half for a county government sounds kind of small to me.
But what you're looking to store on it is, you know, mainly documents. I mean, you're not looking at space intensive needs right now.
Mm-hmm. But we're also storing the documents on the county clerks, with the county clerks. I mean, would we store our documents with links to her database, or how does that work? Like, how does it communicate?
So like transitioning, I mean, everything's going to be stored on her server. Mm-hmm. Like if she's got to record and index everything, it'll be stored on her server. To access that, you'll have to access her server. Mm-hmm. The server wouldn't be, I mean, you wouldn't store the documents, the recorded and indexed documents like the minutes that we talked about from your server. You'd be accessing the county clerk server.
Could there be a bridge between the two where we could access hers when we need to retrieve information?
You'll be able to do that directly to her server. Okay. There won't need to be any kind of link or anything.
I currently have Chris Harrington set IDS on my computer, so I'm able to access it from my computer. And the hope is to get all of that linked up to the website. So then that will just be.
Yeah, and where would our website storage go? Do you anticipate it would go on this server? Do you anticipate it would go cloud?
No, I would definitely not recommend hosting a local website here, either, you know, through a hosting company, and Candy can speak more to that. We've worked recently with Wetzel County to help build out their website, and I believe they're using a hosting company and a designer to get it all set up. But yeah, it would be hosted elsewhere with, you know, better infrastructure, either Amazon Web Services or GoDaddy or Google, or, you know, somewhere in the cloud.
As we look into that stuff, would you be available to have meetings with us to explore those? We've got that on our list, but we just haven't gotten to it yet. Sure. So, do we have a copy of the contract?
We have 2 that you have to sign. An original draft and an original down.
This is the one we got. I think it was even the first or second meeting that we had in our packets. You guys remember? This is just for the basic. You didn't include anything for the new server in this, right?
Correct.
In this revised. It's just the one we've had. Doesn't look like we all have to sign it.
I see that you can put the memory up to 16 gig on this.
Yeah.
Uses UDM. What's it come with?
16 would be as low as I would go for a server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, if there's going to be a lot of processing, like say if there is like Chris Harrington's database and IDX program is hosted on the county clerk server, that server has 32 gigs of RAM because it's more intensive doing lookups and everything. For what you guys are looking to do, it's not as intensive, so you try to, you know, save a little bit of money.
I think the main thing right now with this is we haven't fully decided, you know, explored what all we're going to store where and what we're going to do. So I think making a decision on the server right now is premature.
Yes.
But as far as the contract goes, you know, I move that we go ahead and approve the contract that's renewing the contract that we usually have for our regular services with GST.
Second. Okay, it's been properly moved and second. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so it's been approved. It's the same contract, just 2 copies?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
You just signed it right now.
Yeah.
And then since it's noticed on the agenda, I'm gonna move that we table the, matter about the server quote until we further vet what our needs are, and we can make sure that we're getting the server with all the criteria that we want.
That's it.
And we'll get in touch with you. We've just been
Sure.
doing these budget drills and haven't had the chance to meet
I
yet.
understand.
We want to meet with the county clerk as well and try to figure out what her plan is for, and I think actually you might want to try to tune into our meeting. She's going to present next week, right, Amy? On the 25th. Oh, this week. On Thursday.
This week, Thursday.
Yeah.
What date do you want me to put on here? Or just leave it blank?
We just put today's date on.
Today's date? Okay.
I would.
Mhm.
I'm not saying you have to, John.
Well, because it started in January. But we can skip that one because we didn't do it.
It's good to always ask,
Thanks for putting this together for us, though. It gives us a good starting
Yeah.
spot.
No problem.
So up in Wetzel County, you guys are doing their website?
Cannon, who are we working with in Wetzel County?
Well, we work with the county administrator, but what we've done is we've met with all the elected officials in the county to talk about each office's specific wants, needs. Can you all hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll let you know, even though we've worked with counties for quite a few years doing things that were served through websites that they had hosted elsewhere, Wetzel County was the first one that we really jumped into and wanted to make sure that we were able to provide all of the functionality that the public was going to be interested in, and that it would be as easy to use as possible, because there wasn't a very concerted effort at any time to make a county website a critical undertaking, and now it's reached a point where I'm not sure if you all are familiar, but there's been legislation passed that requires every county to have a website with a certain amount of information about all the county offices. And so with the fact that we work with so many counties, what we're trying to do is get into more depth and make sure that every county, in addition to all of the things that your specific county wants to do, will work with you to make sure it's meeting the expectations that everyone in the public is that wants to see in a website.
I'll tell you what would be helpful to me, if, and I don't know whether you have this information, Andy, or where the Canon does, but a list of best practices from some of these counties, what they're doing, what's worked, what hasn't, as we move forward with, because we're pretty much revamping our infrastructure, and we want to learn from others' mistakes as we do it, and also from their successes. So if you can, start thinking about that and, put some examples together so we can ask some questions about it, that would help.
Okay.
That would help a lot.
Yeah, I think, Cannon, who are we working with on Wetzel County's website specifically?
When you say working with, are you talking in terms?
Designing it.
Oh,
Company that's going to host the website and who's designing it and creating it.
yeah. Well, she's from outside of Pittsburgh, and it's Trina Noose Designs, and which she's done a lot of. We didn't have any resources close that had the design experience that she had. We're technology people, and we're more into the nuts and bolts of technology, but when it comes to making things look nice and having a better user experience, we needed to reach out to someone with better resources than what we had in-house. And no, I'd really like to bring her down too and meet and just talk about everything that you're interested in. We'd be more than happy to do that.
So that's probably the
Sounds good.
way to move forward. Let's meet with Ken and Trina to go over your design needs and what they've put together so far for other counties as far as a template.
All right, so we have a motion in a second on the server issue.
Oh, you guys moved to table it, so it's tabled.
Yeah. I thought we had to vote.
No.
Okay. All right then, thanks.
All right, no problem. Ken, one quick question. Does Sandy need to sign both of these copies and then she'll mail one back to the county?
That's correct.
I'll get that in the mail.
All right, Angela, you come in to join us for.
I think you got that from the 12:30.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct?
Did you invite her to the Bill Light communication?
I mean, I may have.
Okay.
And the last time I was here, you guys re-put it on the agenda and asked me to show it.
I may have.
Okay.
I can't remember, to be honest with you. So I'd be lying if I said no.
Okay. Well, you had a piece of paper in your hand. I thought you were coming to see us.
No, this is mail.
Okay.
I remember a little bit, what I remember is that we had some concerns because we had had some calls from some citizens about whether Bill was fairly enforcing some things he does in Oak Hill. And we were going to run those to ground. And it's my understanding we have, but have we?
I haven't been involved in it. I know that the last time from what I remember, I think you mentioned executive session, but I'm not 100%.
Well, I thought we did too. That's why I questioned this to start with.
Yeah.
But I mean, it because it mentioned it to start with, it was executive session. When it was on there. So I mean, my question is, do we have to do that or not? We got lawyers sitting there.
I'm not following what your question.
Well, we just discussing some issues before we make a decision of putting somebody on the planning commission.
Okay, are you willing to know if we should discuss those at the executive?
Yes.
He's wanting to know if it's properly noticed, the way it's on the agenda. Can we move to go in executive session to discuss those? Because there were some details, but I mean.
The reality is you don't have to specify on the agenda that you want to go into executive session. You simply need to put on the agenda an item that is properly considered. And I think essentially you're talking about filling a position and you're talking about discussing issues and qualifications of the candidate. And I believe that falls within the exception to the Open Governmental Meetings Act that requires it be done in public, and I believe that can be done in executive session.
Okay, well, I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss this.
I'll second.
Okay, we'll be going into executive session at 12:31.
The next thing is Angela may have information. Can she be in there with us or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what was discussed last.
Yeah.
Now, before we, do you want to strike the 1 o'clock?
Well, I still want to talk just a second about it when we get back.
Okay.
It won't be detailed. It'll just be brief.
Okay.
Do you want to do it before we go into executive session?
Well, I guess we can.
Really?
I guess we can. It's a, Yeah, well, thank you, because I asked you.
Why don't we
I
just
appreciate
do it and then we can end with the executive session?
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay, so strike executive session right now. We're going to move the 1 o'clock to 12:30.
I requested, Anthony to see if we can do one ad in one paper that would cover the whole county instead of two separate ads for 2 weeks in two different papers. So it would save us money.
And this is for delinquent taxes.
Well, anything that we could use it for. Delinquent taxes being the first one.
Okay. And what you have to understand, Tom, is anytime there's a provision in the West Virginia Code that requires a legal advertisement, it sets forth the type of legal advertisement that you have to use. And so, for example, on the delinquent taxes, it makes reference to using a class 2-0 legal ad. And essentially, when you look at the definition of what that means is, it means it has to be published once a week for 2 successive weeks in two qualified newspapers of opposite politics published in the publication area. But the statute continues and it says if 2 qualified newspapers of opposite politics are not published in the publication area, or if 2 will not agree to publish under the rate set for legal advertisements, then it only has to be published in 1 qualified newspaper. So the question is, I mean, I've always been told the Montgomery Herald and the Fayette Tribune are supposedly the political party affiliated newspapers in Fayette County. I mean, does that distinction still exist as we sit here today?
I
The
don't
same
think it does.
people publish all 3 and the
And that-
Western Herald.
You know, and for example, down in Kanawha County, for the longest time, we had the Charleston
Right.
Gazette and the
And Daily
Charleston
Mail.
Daily Mail, and clearly each of those newspapers had an affiliation with the 2 major political parties, and then they merged. And the reality is if you have the same publisher publishing all 3 newspapers that are available here in Fayette County, it kind of begs the question, is any one of those papers necessarily collected or connected to a political party? So I think there's a good argument that could be made that that distinction no longer exists. The flip side to it is if somebody down the road wants to challenge it, challenge whether or not sufficient notice was provided, they in theory could file suit and say, well, you didn't provide adequate notice because you didn't put it in 2 different newspapers. To me, I think it's a little nonsensical to suggest that you've got the same controlling interest responsible for publishing all 3 of those newspapers, and to suggest that they've somehow or another created a Chinese wall in between different parts of that publishing company, and one's affiliated with the Democratic Party and one's affiliated with the Republican Party. I mean, to me, that's nonsensical because we know that doesn't go on. So I think the county would be safe if we used simply the 1 newspaper. I'm comfortable advising you, given what we know at this point, but also, like I said, I mean, we can't predict the future. I can't look in the face and tell you that somebody down the road won't attempt to challenge that. But I don't foresee that they would have a high likelihood of success.
As long as it's a class 2-0 legal ad.
Well,
Hey.
class 2 means it has to go in there once a week for 2 consecutive weeks. And -0 means that we have to put it in 2 different newspapers. But like I said, Tom, the statute specifically says that if you don't have those 2 politically affiliated newspapers in your county, then it's acceptable to publish it in just 1 newspaper.
Okay.
So, you know, I think you could, Fayette Tribune, in theory, has countywide coverage. The Register Herald, I believe, has countywide coverage. So I think either of those 2 would be acceptable. Now, I know from my private practice, when I called over and tried to put an ad in the Beckley newspaper, newspaper, the Register Herald, they always tried to tell me that if I was doing a legal advertisement for a Fayette County case, that I was using the wrong paper. I disagree with them. I mean, what the code says is it has to be a newspaper of general circulation in the county.
In the county.
And I believe we'd all agree the Register Herald
For
is.
that art, for that matter, so is the Gazette. I mean, you know,
Well,
it would be more expensive to advertise in it probably, but I'm just saying for that matter,
Right.
like, you know, that's really the state newspaper.
but essentially, the Register Herald and the Fayette Tribune, I think either would work. And I don't necessarily think, given where we sit today, that we need to put it in two different newspapers.
All right. The legislature is looking at it this year, possibly giving us an opportunity to just put it on the internet instead of in the newspapers. Newspapers, of course, are opposing because they say that the state, with all of the county-wide, pays about 50% of their bills or more. So that's,
And that's what they mentioned last week.
yeah.
I thought they said 25%, but I could be wrong.
Well, you know, I can just simply say from my private practice, I can't think of a single time I put a legal advertisement in a newspaper and actually had somebody reach out to me and say, hey, I saw that legal ad, but the code requirement.
Yeah. You don't think it wasn't for the papers, was it, that code requirement?
I'm sorry, Tom.
You don't think it wasn't for the papers, that code requirement? do you?
I can't speak to that issue. You'd have to ask our legislature. As long as I've been practicing law, that code provision has been in there.
Okay.
All right, well, I wanted to have a discussion and see what you thought about it, and we can go from there.
All right, then you want to go ahead and make the motion again to go into executive session?
I'll move that we go into executive session to
I'll second.
discuss the lights appointment.
A second.
Okay, Ruth, it's 12:39.
So I'm gonna use the room first.
And that concludes our meeting. Yes, it does.
Can you turn it off?
Um,
Come back with a decision.
We're gonna be making a decision then. We have to come
Oh,
back.
yeah, okay. We're going to be going into executive session and then we'll be back to make our decision known.
So this week's meeting on Thursday is our last February. So maybe next week or the following, we can do the technology meeting and meet with Michelle.
We are doing really, I think we've got a good thing, of only having 2 items on each meeting in March. So that by 10:30 or 11, there's some wiggle room here and there. Goes into workshops.
Okay. Phew. Oh, it's been awful. I mean, I don't even know why we have the minutes item on there. I'm like, very funny.
Yeah.
We haven't had time to do
Well,
that.
just in case something ever crept up, but yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm just reading your email. But we're still live, just FYI. Okay. No, but can you talk to me? Yeah. Okay, that's true. Yeah, I'll get that changed. Thank you.
What, I'm with them.
Oh, they already talked about that.
What they say?
They don't have to do one. They don't have to publish and change. General stuff, general circulation, because they're all done by the same corporations, you can't verify this is Democratic and this is Republican.
They say they'll pay them, I assume it takes.
Well, that's what they said, as long as, if you can't say that it's, I mean, all my friends have people, there's not.
Yeah, but
Oh, you bring it back, if you call you when they're.
I don't give a crap, that's on them, I put it out and I followed the Danny verified, the credit union is a Republican paper and we're gonna have a Democratic paper.
They're only the same people, that's what they're looking at, so if he's interpreting it, they're the other way.
Hey, I tried, but when I get sued, they told me.
You don't want me to call you when they're back in?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Hey, we still got people on there.
Hey, Ruth, it is 8 after 1. 7 after 1, excuse me. And Tom, you
Well, I make a motion to, we gotta come back.
yeah, I just told her we came back.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reappoint Bill Lang as put on the planning commission.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, it's passed. And that concludes our meeting for Monday, February 22nd, 2012. And, huh?
2021.
Oh, 2021.
Wow.
Yeah, 2021 instead of 2012. Okay, that'll be a funny. All right, we will meet again on Thursday, February 24th. 5th.
Motion to adjourn, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Second.
And the meeting is over. Thank you for tuning in on FCC